Good morning, everybody joining in. It's just a sound check that you can check whether your audio is working. We're now admitting a lot of people into the session, and we'll be with you soonest.
I hope you can hear us every morning.
Yes, good morning, Tutuka. We can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning, Harry, and good morning, Transport Forumers.
Good morning, Tommy. Welcome. Thank you, Gwen.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning, Jacob. Welcome.
Thank you, Harry.
Morning, Rian. Welcome to the session.
Good morning, Harry. Thank you very much.
Oh, good morning to everybody. We're still admitting a lot of people into the event, but in the meantime, let's start doing some housekeeping work. Fortunately, most of us are used to the Zoom platform already and the virtual world, so please keep yourselves on mute. My job also will be to put people on mute should we have too many background noises, so please try and keep yourselves on mute. Also, when we do the session this morning, we will not encourage questions and answers during the presentations. We might do that with the MEC, but the rest of them we will have questions and answers at the end of the event. But you're welcome to use the chat room at the bottom of your screen. You can click on chat. There you can greet each other, share contact details, and you're welcome to post questions there for the panelists. And hopefully we'll be able to address the questions. During the panel discussion, we will give you opportunity to unmute yourself, and then we will recognize you, or you can raise your hand and we will recognize you, and you can then ask a question to the panelists, to the panel as a whole or a panelist. Yeah, so we've been looking forward to this event for quite some time. Yet another great event. We just passed our birthday month last month, so the Transport Forum is now more than 15 years old. And it's great seeing all the faces, and thank you for your kind support. We really appreciate it. So looking at our program for today, we're talking about the consequences of an inadequate rail system on road infrastructure. Well, I think we can also say on the economy of our country as a whole. I think you will forgive me if I say add that quite a concern. And we've been proudly hosted by the Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies of the University of Johannesburg, and Professor Nadine Pisa will do the official welcome just now. Ladies and gents, we would like to give recognition to our sponsors of this event and of the Transport Forum. We've got gold sponsors and associates to the Transport Forum. And they're making it possible for all of us to attend the Transport Forum and download all the related presentations free of charge. So it's quite important that we, give them some recognition. They valued the sponsors for many years, and we really appreciate their support. So back to our program quickly, we will see that we have the first half of our program on the screen. And as quite exciting, the MEC also agreed to do the opening address. So we're quite glad. He's got good background in infrastructure maintenance, so it will be great to hear what the MEC would like to tell us. We've got Mr. Lau Kannemeyer, Prof. Jan Havenga, and then the second half after the break, we've got Seven Tlapu, Chief Executive Officer of RIA. We've got Mike Daniel, Rail Runner, and we've got Mr. Tutu Lala from the Lala Group. So this is going to be a great event, and we trust that you will, enjoy this event with us. Giving recognition to our sponsors, we're going to again hand out 2 of these nice USB desk fans. And what we're going to do, and we usually have lots of fun here, is that we are going to tell you more about our sponsors just for a few minutes. And then after we've done that, we're going to ask 2 questions related obviously to our associates and our sponsors. And the person who answers the question right in the chat room, he or she will then be the winner of the prize. So it will be 2 prizes and 2 questions, obviously. And so listen carefully, because then it might enable you to answer the question. Unfortunately, we can only do this for South African people because we obviously courier the gift to you after you've answered the question correctly. All right. So looking at our sponsors, we've got formal associates of the Transport Forum, and these associates are the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, the South African Express Parcel Association, South African Bus Operators Association, the African Rail Industry Association, and the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. And obviously there are many other associates also, participating in the Transport Forum, but these associates are in formal agreement with the Transport Forum. So let's quickly have a look at them. So we've got the South African Association of Freight Forwarders since 1921 already. Its members make a major contribution to facilitate trade within South Africa. Member companies manage over 80% of South Africa's international trade. So SAF is playing quite an important role in the supply chain in South Africa and Southern Africa internationally. Thank you very much, SAF. We've got the South African Express Parcel Association. Now, the Express Parcel Association is a representative body and voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa, comprises of member companies engaged in the express freight and courier industry. All right, they're representative of service providers throughout the express supply chain. Thank you very much, SAPA. Then we have South African Bus Operators Association. They obviously representing the bus and coach industry, formed in 1980. Most of its members are small operators, people operating between 1 and 30 business buses or coaches. Only some 4% are large operators. So through Sabo's involvement in public transport, it has become known as the voice of the bus and the coach industry. We've got ARIA, it's African Road Industry Association, preeminent body in South Africa representing players in the railway industry. And you can see the mission is to advocate for the road industry and third-party access to the country's railway network. Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. You can see they've got a national network of councils and sections over 30 countries, so services the interest of over 30,000 members. Thank you very much. SALSA. As I told you already, we've got many industry houses, also media houses involved with the Transport Forum, but these are also in a formal agreement with Transport Forum. Freight News actually has been there since the inception of the Transport Forum for many years. I can also give people from these organizations opportunity to say a few words themselves. You're welcome to interrupt me each time when I put up the slide. You can see Freight News, established, innovative, effective. They, all about freight and logistics news. You need to subscribe to these bodies, ladies and gentlemen, otherwise you're not being kept up to date in the latest what's happening in that field. We've got Railways Africa magazine. It's an African continent specialist trade, technical, business-to-business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector, published weekly online. All about rail infrastructure. And we've got Crema Media's Engineering News, premier source of real economy news, daily coverage of South Africa's transport and automotive sectors, accurate and timely news reportage. And they usually make us available update video of the week. So I would love to actually share that with you. Just bear with me.
Hello and welcome to the roundup of this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 8 April 2022. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly senior online writer Darren Parker writes that retaining oil refining capacity could pose long-term risks for South Africa. South Africa's oil refining capacity has always been rather small when considered on a global scale, but there was some sense of national pride and of security in knowing that the country could deliver, even if most of the crude inputs had to be imported. However, it would seem that the country is heading unavoidably towards becoming almost entirely dependent on imports, as the local crude refinery industry seems to be drying up. The Engineering News features focus on consulting engineers, where a local company is endorsed as the first certified training academy. Stainless steel, where the stainless steel industry perseveres in challenging conditions. And handheld and power tools, where a German power tools company launches 3 new sanders. The Mining Weekly features focus on West African mining and industry, where a power provider grows its West African market share. And deep level mining, where a gold miner maintains steady production and its ESG focus despite challenges. This week's business leader is Dion Govender, CEO of Digital Industries. And as this week's cartoon shows, South Africa's official unemployment rate rose to a record 35.3% in the fourth quarter of 2021. It's not a new crisis, but it requires a more urgent response from government, business, and labor. We hope you enjoyed this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly, the magazine that offers you news about developments in the real economy. Happy reading, and see you next time.
Thank you, Engineering News. It's great having engineering news part of us. It's also thank you to Irma for also giving us recognition in the media. We really appreciate that. Right, ladies and gents, our platinum sponsor, the sole platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum, C-Track. Maybe there's somebody from C-Track want to say a few words. So they are leading global software as a service and a big data company for vehicle tracking, fleet management, and insurance telematics solutions. Definitely the organization that's making your assets and your world always visible. So important in today's world and our lives. Global Trade Solution offers customs connect and consulting services. It's a friendly cloud-based international trade and supply chain solution. It incorporates the core requirements to manage all activities around the international supply chain. Thank you, GTS. Right, and here we've got Ticket Pro Travel. And this is a very nice one-stop corporate travel booking solution called ticketprotravel.co.za. They say no contract, no hidden fees, just good business with straightforward, fair pricing. And it's an online booking tool, making sure that your business is not losing a lot of money to get best value for your travel money, and the traveler is protected. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Travel. So we've got Smart Tab, Ticket Pro Smart Tab. And the Smart Tab system includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment solutions, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system inspection tools, and comprehensive MIS reports. So great having you on board. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Smart Tab. JC Auditors, somebody from JC Auditors perhaps. So JC Auditors, they say we are a SANAS accredited certification body providing internationally recognized certifications. You can see all their certifications at the bottom of the screen, definitely more than I've got here. Very proud having JC Auditors as one of our gold sponsors. Thank you very much, JC Auditors. University of Johannesburg, our host today, Prof. Naveen Fiesel, will just now tell us a little bit more and do the official welcome. The University of Johannesburg actually been a gold sponsor with this Transport Forum since the inception. They're also acting very much as mentors to myself for putting these sessions together. Thank you very much, UJ, and the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. Right, then Greta is there for BISCO.
Yes, good morning, Harry, and to everyone who's participating this morning. Our focus this month is on warehousing and inventory. We have a variety of courses that at different levels that speak to this topic. And also all of our blogs and everything that we're doing this month is all around inventory management and tips and guidelines and help for people who work in the warehouse environment.
Thank you, Greta. Thank you very much for your gold sponsorship. Really appreciate that. With Air Cargo, ladies and gents, a leading cargo airline providing express airport-to-airport solutions and related services to the courier and express logistics industry. Thank you very much, with Air Cargo, for your gold sponsorship. Zutari, somebody from Zutari, perhaps?
Harry, no, I don't think no introduction, just good morning from our side, and we're still happy and proud to be connected with your transport forums. So thanks for the privilege.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Zatari, for your support. Consulting engineers of note, ladies and gents. If you need to do a big project, definitely these are the people you need to talk to. Thank you very much. Ability, commercial insurance underwriters, bus and coach insurance specialists, and niche insurance products since 2011. Thank you, Ability. Envy Risk Services is one of South Africa's largest independent brokers, offering personal, business, and specialist risk and insurance advisory services. Over 100 years combined experience. Commercial fleets, heavy commercial vehicles and buses, marine and aviation insurance. Thank you, Envy. Unitrans, somebody from Unitrans. Innovation expertise delivered. So they say they are a leading provider of integrated transportation, warehousing, and supply chain-based services to customers with a variety of needs, offering bespoke value propositions in each segment. Thank you, Unitrans. Standard Bank. Over 158 years of experience. So they believe that dreams matter and that together we can make them a reality. Operates in more than 20 countries. Kathy Bell from Standard Bank and her team very much in support of Transport Forum for many years. Also involved in the road transport management system. Thank you very much, Standard Bank. Cuba, somebody from Cuba perhaps. So they're part of the ICM Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital area. Journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. So they know mobility. Thank you very much, Cuba, for your gold sponsorship. Easy Clear, somebody from Easy Clear. So software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you very much, Easy Clear. We've got the Bunya, Vuisile, Majola, and her team. Public Transport Knowledge Hub, bespoke taxi industry insights, integrated public transport network advisory. So thought leadership in the public transport space. We can talk to this team. So those are our sponsors, ladies and gents. Let's give them a big hand and thank them for the good work they're doing and thank them for making the Transport Forum possible so that all of us can actually have this platform for free. All right, so now, ladies and gents, now we need to get to that important little competition of ours. Let me just go quickly go there. That one. So I'm going to ask you two questions, and you need to go now to the chat room. And the first one who answers the question right is the winner of that question and the winner of that USB fan. And I will recognize you when you're the winner. Remember, should you be an employee of the said company, then kindly refrain from answering the question. And it's only for locals, South African locals. But let's have a little bit fun and see how you've listened to the introduction of our sponsors and associates. So the first question, which associate of the Transport Forum says that their mission is to advocate for the road industry and third-party access to the country's railway network? Who are they? So there we go. Yes, thank you. You've got the winner already. Sitabile Khoza. Thank you very much. You're the winner there. Let me just make a note of this one. Great. All right, then the next question. One of the gold sponsors is saying that they are the SANAS accredited certification body providing internationally recognized certifications. There we go, Willem Becker, congratulations. He's the winner of that one. Just make a note there. Congratulations, that's well done, guys. All right, I just want to bring your attention back to this. Well, congratulations to our winners, and your prizes will be couriered to you. We'll contact you after the event for your delivery addresses. Right, the business directory, ladies and gentlemen, this is an extremely popular platform. It's well categorized, and we're getting very positive feedback from organizations being listed here. It's only 450 rands a year. It's not money. And we've outsourced this to Olga Mashilos, Berlin Bondley consultants. There's Olga's number. You can take a picture there. Olga can help you to get listed here. It's one of our BEE initiatives, the business director of the Transport Forum. So the presentations you see here today, those that's been made available will be uploaded to our website. You can download them for free. From that website, transportseek.com. You should log in to the left of your screen when you're on that website. Should you not have a username and password yet, you can create your own username and password for free by selecting sign up. And then you can create your own account with the Transport Forum, and you will be able then to log in. Once you've logged in, you go to events and downloads, and then you'll get the little search engine. In the top field there, you can type in a title or a person's surname, and you search, and it'll search through all the more than 900 presentations created over the past 15 years. Very powerful knowledge base. Or you can go to category, and you can select the events date and search, and it'll bring up today's presentations. All right, so back to our program, and then without any further ado, I would like to introduce you to our host for the day. It's Professor Nolene Pisa. She's the head Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at the University of Johannesburg, who will do the formal welcome for us. Thank you very much, Prof. Pisa.
Morning, Harry. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this Transport Forum. The University of Johannesburg and the Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies Africa is very proud to be associated with the Transport Forum and is very proud to host this session today. Rail transport is very important for business, particularly for freight cargo, and it is a very important topic that we are happy to host and have some experts come and present to you various views on the topic. I would like to share my screen and provide a brief introduction on the topic. So, as we are aware, the rail and road debate has been ongoing, to truck or to train. And unfortunately for business, the implications are quite significant and have a huge negative implication on their profitability if this provision is not made correct and is not optimal to their service provision. As we are all well aware, the transport services, particularly freight, is fundamental to economic growth as well as the day-to-day effective functioning of business. In South Africa, our freight volumes over time have not significantly improved, regardless of efforts of TFR, Transnet Freight Rail, to do the modal shift strategy, which ended in 2019. As we can see on the graph depicted, we did some calculations to see if there were any statistically significant increases in freight in the period over which the market demand strategy ran in South Africa. And as we can see from the graph, there were only 2 peaks, and of those 2 peaks in 2014 and 2015, freight rose to just over 220 million metric tons. However, this is way below the expected increases that were envisioned with the market demand strategy. I think overall, we have not seen significant shifts of freight from road to rail in South Africa, with businesses still opting to transport majority of their freight via road transportation. The major challenges for South African rail are dampened economic growth over the years. As you can see, the growth rates for South Africa demonstrated by the GDP have been moderate, with no significant increases over the past 5 to 6 years. And obviously, with the spanner in the works that was brought in by COVID-19, we've seen significant decline in the demand for goods and services generally in the economy as a result of the hard lockdowns that were implemented and subsequent more relaxed lockdowns. But as a result, we've seen that economic growth prospects have been significantly dampened. This is a significant impact on rail provision, because obviously it impacts on the amount of money that can be reinvested in the rail infrastructure and the rail system to bring overall improvements. So we'll foresee that money to be brought back in. It will take a bit longer for the economy to pick up and for us to have funds to reinvest in the rail system. The rail infrastructure is burdened by vandalism and acts of criminality in South Africa. All of these present a lot of challenges, operating challenges, and result in the services being more inefficient. Businesses realize that there are more risks associated with our infrastructure. As a result, we found that road freight continues to grow and surpass tonnage of rail freight. We've seen trucks on our roads. It's a day-to-day occurrence. Just this morning, I was stuck in traffic, and the highway was backed with trucks that are carrying cargo that could have been on rail. The consequence of this is that obviously our urban roads deteriorate at a much faster rate, resulting in us requiring more frequent infrastructure upgrades. Roads that are designed to last 20 years obviously have a shorter lifespan. So it means expenditure requirements become much higher and are required more frequently. This is the evidence of those trucks going through our urban areas. Our infrastructure is depleting much quicker, and the need for us to maintain and update that infrastructure becomes greater and more frequent. And we find that in smaller towns, municipal budgets do not cater for these infrastructure upgrades. So years on end will pass before anything can be done to the infrastructure. I think it slows down business, and it's not a good indicator, particularly if we want to improve the efficiency of our businesses now at a time where the economy needs to pick up after COVID-19. Similarly, the impact of all of this remains that our transport costs are quite significant. Our logistics costs as a percentage of GDP remain the highest amongst the major emerging economies. And we can see in the graph that it accounted for about 58.8% in 2014, and that picture has not changed significantly. The knock-on effect is that it is passed on to businesses and their operations are less efficient. The result is higher prices are passed on to consumers, and it dampens economic growth for the country as a whole. So it is my pleasure to present the speakers this morning. This is a very important topic that we need to put our heads together as business and government to find solutions to improve the rail freight system in South Africa, as it is vital and it is key for future economic growth and job creation in our economy. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you so much, Prof. Nadine. Really appreciate your introduction. Appreciate hosting this Transport Forum today. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, yes, so let's just have a look at our program again. So the MEC, Honorable Mr. Jacob Mumabolo, MEC of Public Transport and Road Infrastructure of Gauteng Provincial Government. He said he will do the opening address for us. I don't see the MEC's name on the on the list, but he might be under somebody else's profile. NEC, could you kindly indicate whether you're in the meeting yet? We're about 5 minutes early, so he might still join us. Ladies and gents, while we're waiting for him, let's do another prize. All right, so let's ask another question about one of our sponsors, and we can hand out another prize. Let's have a little bit more fun. Let me just get our sponsors on the screen again. All right, so I'm just thinking which question I can ask this time. Okay, what company, one of our gold sponsors, this company is a consulting engineering group. Let's see. There we go. Richard Malinga. Congratulations. If you don't know that one. You guys are fast this morning. Let's got more people entering the meeting. We can just try and get the MEC's office, talk to them and find out whether he's going to join us soon. Just bear with me. And Neil Swart, sorry, did you want to say a few words there?
It was just very strategic as you asked the question. On the board behind you, the name came up. So I think Richard had some assistance there.
That is a good one. Thank you for noticing, Neil. Ladies and gents, the MEC's office is going to give us a call now, just finding out what's going on. So be with me. I'll be with you in a second. Okay, ladies and gents, I have to apologize. The MEC is also acting MEC for DID. Apparently, there's a big crisis of one of the buildings for disabled and so on, and he's now having to deal with this. They said he might join us later in the session, but apparently he's got a huge crisis at the moment and he needs to attend to this. But so let's then continue with our event. Hopefully, he'll join us later on. I think what I'm going to do, I don't see the economy on the session yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Prof. Jan Havenga. Let me put up our program quickly. Sorry, now I need to change all my screens. I'll be with you in a sec.
Hello, Eddie.
How's that, Prof? So I'm going to ask Prof. Jan Havenga to start with his presentation, and he's going to talk to us about the modal split and trends in freight in South Africa. Thank you, Prof. Jan. I really appreciate your support.
Thank you, Eddie. I need to just find myself. It's an hour earlier, but it doesn't matter. I can do that. Let me share my screen.
Thank you very much.
There we go. I think it should be fine. And let me start there. Okay, so there, and the volume is also fine. I've got a neighbor that started a building project, and I convinced him to keep quiet with his building between 10:30 and 11. That's the way it goes. I don't think it's too loud, so it's okay. Well, we'll go from there. So let's talk about this topic. I wanted to talk about more about trends. But somebody asked me to talk about modal split, so I am going to spend a little bit of time on that, because as we go into the future, that is going to become quite important, because more and more people will be participating in this market. And I would like us to really understand this. So I'm going to take that, talk about the current freight landscape, and from that, about modal split, say something about rail strategy and where we are going right now. In terms of the current freight landscape, we've updated that logistics cost slide that the professor has shared. We've got it updated to 2020 at the moment. I'll share it later with everybody. But on the demand side currently, yes, we are probably one of the most spatially challenged countries in the world. I've said it to everybody often before. Our ton-kilometer demand is 3 times the global average. It just means as an input, we require much more ton-kilometers to keep our economy going, and it is a problem. And then the other side of it, there's no demand management, such as we have for electricity. Nobody is asking you to switch off the lights. Nobody is asking you every evening to do things like don't demand unnecessary delivery speed, don't go for smaller consignments. We have too much choice in this economy, and all of that causes logistics and it causes demand of freight. On the supply side, poor modal choice. I can give you a figure there. I think of the 12 billion road freight kilometers that we currently have, about 3 billion of them is unnecessary and should be on rail. Now, I've been attacked for saying this for the last 25 years. I'm still saying it. And I'm not advocating for TFR. I'm advocating for the rail, for the mode. So 3 is too much, 25% is what it should be less at the moment. The second thing that comes from that, even if you take the whole rail question out of the equation, we probably spend 3.6 billion road freight kilometers unnecessary. That's waiting times at depots. That is empty haul. That is missing a slot and you have to go back to your depot because you couldn't offload. Loads are not complete, etc. So that's also missing. And then if you get to the operations, those road kilometers that is unavoidable, is probably a 10% emission overspend. That is because of tractors being old, driving behavior, and enforcement, etc. So this is serious challenges that we have at the moment. If you look at the Logistics Performance Index, and you go back the last decade, we used to be the best of BRICS. We used to be. But we're the only country of the BRICS countries that over the last decade has declined in our performance. And then where we used to be the best, China has overtaken us in the last measurement. If you look at modal split, now, I desperately need to talk to you about this. So I've spoken to this forum before. There's a few things that I want to say about strategy and going forward that I think is important. But I think if you take away from this a discussion about modal shift, it would be very, very heartening to me. And the reason is segmentation is difficult. This is not like buying soap. It's just not like going to the store and there's X amount of soap available in a store. And because there's X amount of available, Lever Brothers sell so much and so much and so. This is a very, very difficult concept. And people don't want to spend the energy to get their head around it. People just don't want to do it. And on top of that, the data is very scarce. It is never, more or less never collected completely, and I'll talk about that. And there's some other fundamentals that we need to consider. Then the other thing is I'm sorry to say this, as I'm getting older, I'm getting more bold and I'm getting less concerned of maybe saving something that people will find offensive. People look for easy to quote answers. Some important politician will call me and say, what is the rail market share? There is no easy answer. It is as simple as that. People want this easy answer because then they create the illusion that they can manage this environment. Most of the answers is gibberish. You tell me rail market share is 10%, well, what does it mean? What should it be? Should it be 100%? Should it be 20%? Should it be 25%? And what did you measure when you measured that 25% or 10% or whatever? And then often the answers create more confusion because of the reasons that I've just said. I think in future, regulatory people and operators need to understand this measurement much better. So I'm going to spend some time. I'll use the example of a supply side, and I'll use the example of a demand side. And I will say to you that I'll give you an example. For instance, I thought about it this morning of Wheat Pix. Wheat Pix is produced in Atlantis, close to where I live, here in Durbanville, by Bacomo, and Bacomo is owned by Pioneer, and Pioneer these days by PepsiCo, and it's produced there. And if they were able to ship it directly from there to the place, to the retailer where you buy it, that would be the flow. You can also import Wheat Pix. If you don't know it, you can buy it. It's called shredded wheat in America and the UK. If you import it, it's going to cost you about 1,000 Rand for half a kilo or a kilo. If you want to be so stupid, and if you can deliver it directly from the harbor to consumption, that's what the flow would look like. If you produce it and you can directly ship it, that's what the flow would look like. Now, this demand and supply that I'm talking about is 838 million tons in South Africa. That is how much we either import and produce or either export and consume. Very simple figure. It includes about 250 million tons of coal, just to give you an idea how confusing it could become. And the rail market share that's involved in any one of these flows is about 25% in this country. That is just roughly what it is. And it hasn't changed, by the way. And we have to ask ourselves, why didn't it change? Why didn't change? There's a lot of reasons. One of them is most flows that we have in this country doesn't work the way that I've just said. Some of the big flows, like for instance, iron ore export or coal export or moving domestic mining from domestic mining facilities to production facilities, they do work like that. Many flows work like that. That Wheat Pix that you've produced will go to a warehouse, maybe somewhere in Brackenfell, or it go far away to a warehouse in Germiston, where it gets distributed. Imports is the same. You don't take imports directly from the quayside to the consumer. It will go first, have a first flow towards the warehouse, maybe two flows, to a local warehouse and then to a faraway warehouse, and therefore it will be distributed and therefore it will be exported. This means that things are shipped more than once. And if you remember, 838 million tons get shipped. About 1.6 billion tons in South Africa that get shipped in this country. This is different. The rail market share of this is 16% at the moment. It was 23% in 2011. It declined a lot. It declined a lot because railways' insertion into South Africa's supply chains has declined. Its participation in logistics has declined. And that's why that has declined, if you want to understand that. But then this is ton ship. That's a ton ship. If you go to ton kilometers, and everybody here knows this, but I have to repeat it. If you ship 100 kilometers, 1 ton over 100 kilometers, you have 100 ton kilometers, but if you shift 10 tons over 10 kilometers, you have the same. So clearly, if you just talk about ton ship, you have a wrong measure of transport activity. You have to add it all together in ton kilometers, which for South Africa is 384 billion ton kilometers. And the rail market share for this has increased over the last decade. Once again, that sounds counterintuitive. It does not sound correct to say that. And you know all the reasons why. Because the railway, those that the prof has shown, those growth in the railway volumes is all export coal and iron ore. It doesn't really mean that the railway has grown. It actually has declined. And I will show you why I say that. So the reason why it's declined is because all of that's gone to those export lines that you can see on this map. Very little has gone towards the general freight business, as the railway used to call it. The blue here is the export lines. It should be taken out. It's nonsensical to include it. And I also have a future view for this. And if you exclude this, then the railway, then the total in South Africa is 193 billion ton kilometers. And here it's declined for the railway from 18% by 14 to 14%. At the same time, you have this nonsensical figure of, if you think about this, that a lot of the smaller volumes should not be on rail. That's what I always been told. One way of looking at it is to look at, sorry, it's this one. This is 14%. One way of looking at it is to exclude all the corridors. I mean, the non-corridor freight. Let's just look at corridor freight. Now, the moment you've done that, you have about 111 billion ton kilometers in South Africa. And of that, the railway market share has declined from 12% to 6%, if you just talk about corridor freight. Once again, because of the decline in the general freight business of the railway that I'm talking about, even though the ton kilometers has increased. So you can also look at it in terms of what people pay for freight. Now, what people pay for freight could either be insourced. This means this is, if you take that Wheatpix example, this is a Pioneer or Bacomo, move their own Wheatpix, they don't pay anybody for it, then it's insourced. We measure that. It was 56% of all freight in 2011. It's now 49% of all freight. Now, the reason why that's important, it's better to outsource freight for the economy because then you get better balance, get better efficiency. The railways cost participation in freight in South Africa hasn't changed over the last few years. But if you look at this, because we outsource more, if you take the percentage of outsourced freight, it actually has declined from 32% to 27%, for the reason that operators in South Africa has been able to increase the market by taking away people's insourced freight. Now, Statistics South Africa only measures the red portion, therefore we can never get the perfect answer for this. Market share based on outsourced transport can easily change by the market choosing to outsource more freight. It is as simple as that. So how do you do this? It requires segmentation. You have no other choice. It is not as simple as just counting corridors. You should base it on rail-friendly freight. So going forward, as we get more rail freight operators in this country, we will start looking at things that we call the density of terminals. So if you ship more things in the country all together from the same place, it makes it easier for the rail to participate. If density of lines, if a lot of freight is on the same line, then obviously it will make it more easier for rail. If the commodity is uniform, which makes it easy to load, like containers, like coal, like iron ore, it makes it better for rail. And then distance plays a role, and I'll explain about distance. And it's not true that valuable freight cannot go on rail. One should always do the trade-off, as we know in logistics, between the value of the commodity, because if the commodity has got a certain value, it depends on to the extent to which rail will delay it. And often when we do this trade-off, for many commodities, it is clear that even a delay of a few days will still make it more profitable to use a cheaper service. And then in terms of distance, it is also not true that short distance freight is not rail friendly. If all of those things that I've mentioned, terminal density, product uniformity, etc., is met perfectly, then you can move over 100 kilometers, you can move coal that from a mine to a power station, and it will still be rail friendly if you meet all of those other conditions. So what do? We say you get freight from a mine or from the silos in the towns, in the rural areas, We either export it or we move it, let's say, for instance, to a miller. And then certain portions of this could be rail friendly and also imported. We import about 2 million tons of wheat through Durban. If we have a concentrated flow, it could be rail friendly, but a lot of it isn't because it comes from various disparate places. Mining is the same. You can run unit trains from places like, for instance, Shishan to Newcastle to Vanderbijl with a lot of iron ore in it, then it becomes rail friendly. But if it becomes pieces and little bits here and there, then it isn't. From intermediate manufacturing, we have what we call siding to siding traffic. So for instance, if you have steel coils that goes from Vanderbijl to Volkswagen and Newtonite, you can run from the one siding a train to the other siding. It could be a block train and it will be rail friendly. If not, then you must measure that and say it's not rail friendly. And finished palletized goods and other final manufacturing stuff, we can run it through a domestic intermodal solution, which could either be containers or it could be swab bodies, anything like that. And that we can also measure. And it's separate, and it's a separate type of technology that you need. So in summary, it's this. It's either bulk agricultural stuff that we run from silos. It's either export minerals. It's domestic flows, which needs a specific type of solution. Intermediate manufacturing, which is siding to siding, and in finished palletized goods in containers or other intermodal technologies. From that, we can measure what rail market share should be. So 30% of all palletized things should be on rail for the reasons that I've mentioned, and more or less nothing is. About 30% of intermediate manufacturing should be on rail. About more than just over 10% is east. The other is a gap. Domestic mining that goes mostly over our rural roads. There's about 1/3 that is missing that should be on rail. And there's about 10% of rural freight that should be there. There's only about 3%. And then there's even a gap on export mining. So rail has a 78% market share of rail-friendly ton kilometers. Now, this is not a high figure. This is an extremely low figure, 65% of rail-friendly tons. It means 1/3 of the tasks that our railway should do is not being done. This figure should be 100%. And this, for me, becomes a measurable figure. And I can show it to you in a picture. The blue is what it should be. The red is what it is currently. And all of those are the things that destroys our rural roads. Those are the things that takes the demand on our corridors too high, etc., etc. It also means that the current 18 billion ton kilometers on our system that should be, that is on rail at the moment, it should be 47 billion ton kilometers. And we go forecast. It should be 77 by 2050 if this country wants to succeed, which means that our current railway must quadruple. So somehow, out of the system, we need to bleed a 4 times bigger railway than we currently have 30 years into the future. It is as simple as that. So what's the result of this? Export lines, well, if you lose 11 billion ton kilometers, it's simple. Quite a few economists talked about it recently. You just hamper economic growth. Those domestic mineral freight that's missing, the 9 billion ton kilometers, is destroying our rural roads. It's as simple as that. The intermediate manufacturing is putting too much stress on our corridors. And the same with the domestic intermodal that's missing. Too much stress on our corridors, which means that we need to throw too much money to Sunrail. Now, Sunrail is highly efficient and work well. But some of this money should go to a railway that works well. It is as simple as that. And then some of the stress on the rural roads is also the 4 billion missing ton kilometers agriculturally. Added to this is the whole discussion about density. Now, the small little graph that you see there is million ton kilometers per route kilometer. The improvement that you see is over the last 60 or 70 years. The black is America, the orange is South Africa. I've indexed this and we've actually done quite well. So we have densified our rail network to the same extent that the Americans has done it. We've actually beaten them over the last few years because of our big increase in export freight. Now the blue and the red is the export freight. The green is our general freight business, which is dying. This is railway cancer. If you can't densify lines, you have railway cancer. It's as simple as that. And in fact, no railway in the world can survive like this. No railway in the world can survive this. South Africa cannot afford a 20-kilometer route, 20,000-kilometer route network. If you're looking at this little graph over here, we have completely declined. We've actually moved backwards. We're not moving forward, we're moving backwards in terms of using this. Our network has to become smaller. It is as simple as that. Our network has to become smaller, otherwise we cannot win. So we have to do something to make this network smaller. I have to talk about that. If you're looking at this and you take that out and you compare this to the Americans, then we have actually a declining and dying general freight business in South Africa, which you cannot afford. There's two ways to fix it. The one is to improve service levels, which will attract more ton kilometers. The other one is just to make the network smaller, which also needs to be done. But there's no other way of working around it. So if you're looking at that, then you can start and ask about a current railway strategy. So we've had interviews with people in this country. I'm just trying to draw my wife's attention so that you can try and stop this building project, which is getting worse now. It is we interviewed people in South Africa, and what we found with people in South Africa is despondency. Just amazing, big, huge despondency. The second thing that we found is the gap today is, as we forecasted 10 years ago, is a supply gap. What I mean with a supply gap is there is demand for rail. There's no doubt about it. A working, efficient railway has a place in South Africa, but we don't have the capacity to actually supply this. So it's a supply gap. People understand about vandalism and things like that, but I also say if they engage with the railway, they would work hard to build a relationship. And then when I want to talk to that person again, that person is missing. That person is missing. But in spite of all of this, people still want to work with rail. It is as simple as that. They still want to work with rail. LSP want to work with rail. People want to make this railway succeed. It is as simple as that. So what I call it, we're now at the last throw of the dice. We've got new regulation in place. We have third export axis that start. Over the next 5 years, we need to fix this. If not, this country will be in serious trouble. It is as simple as that, if you take that away. So what is our key strategic objectives? Those missing ton kilometers we need to get. We just need to get it on the rail as fast as possible. There is a business case for it, but it's a funding issue. And we have to ask ourselves, how will we make the railway 4 times bigger by the year 2050? What is the things that we need to do to make it 4 times bigger? And that's what I want to talk to you about. Now, we did a deal sheet. When I worked for Arthur Anderson for a few years, we always talked about the deal sheet. Is there a deal sheet for this? And we've calculated. We said, well, you can get about 3 billion if you can get that 11 billion. This is per annum. Those missing general freight business should at current tariffs give us 18 billion rand in this country. I think it probably needs to be a 20% discounted. That's about how much the railway loses at the moment on that, which will give you an extra 16 billion. And then the export minerals and general freight added together to give you 19 billion. And then you'll have an increase in density. So even at the current cost structure and an increase in density, which means you move more things over the same line, you should get only 7 billion additional cost. This is a net positive business case for 12 billion. And this is my calculation of what is on the table for the whole of South Africa if we can make the railway work. There's a 12 billion per annum income that is available. Anybody that wants to enter this market, that is basically what's available. But it requires 3 things. We need to invest, which Transnet hasn't got the money. We have to improve the asset utilization, which selling the slots, using the slots, the utilization of the current Transnet assets, etc. as well. And we have to improve service levels. And we have to ask ourselves, how are we going to do that? And there we've got some new initiatives. And this is a strategic focus of the whole country. Everybody needs to now get on board. It's not only the TFR, it's not only the DOT. There is an investment case for this. But somehow we have to structure this to make this work and then get money to do it. And it presupposes a certain achievement of these objectives of we need to get more slots on the same infrastructure, not only selling a few. We need to fill all the slots. And it needs to be predictably delivered, efficiently serviced, and sold into the market. We've been working on this. We talk about vertical separation often, which talks about somebody else's train over the same network. We also require horizontal separation. And what I mean with this is between low and high density lines. We have to solve this problem with all the branch lines. It's putting a massive burden on the railway in terms of cost, and some of it's just unnecessary. And then between terminals and the railway, which is privatized terminals, which we really have to get in and spend more time to get it working. And then also in terms of some of the solutions we have in South Africa, which is hook and haul, which is between the railway, the wagons and the locomotives, which does not even have to belong to Transnet. So this is basically the structure that we're working towards. Where will the money come from? The systemic money, which is in terms of the terminals, it's currently owned by TFR and some of them by the ports. That could eventually be owned by LSPs in terms of money. The locomotives is owned by TFR. It can also eventually become outsourced to other locomotive companies. And then the government needs to play a role in terms of infrastructure. The low density lines must be closed, or government must directly subsidize every line if they want to keep it open, and there's sometimes reasons to do it. The high density lines, we need the same infrastructure subsidy that SANRAL gets. Needs to be matched. So that means that government needs to supply this infrastructure, and we have to find a tax-based regime to pay for it. And that will solve a lot of problems. And the same as cross-subsidization of passenger freight to road freight that we have at the moment. We know that the truck pays about 10 times for access that the car pays, but it causes much more damage than that. These things need to be solved in order to solve this from a funding perspective. So this drive, I call it a drive for success these days. I call it pan-rail. And what I mean with pan-rail, it's beyond the railway and it's beyond TFR. We have a new rail policy now. It seems like it has succeeded. It has been accepted or passed by the cabinet a few weeks ago. And it opens the door for us to do this more sustainable evidence-based planning on a much wider front. We have open access that's now starting with dominant operator. Financial separation should be done. The next move will be to have full open access. Currently, the railway cherry picks a bit and sells certain slots. We have to have all slots available that the railway doesn't fill themselves. It is as simple as that. And this involves the broader community of people who is involved. So there's some challenges ahead of us. We need to effectively get this low density, high density split, sensible infrastructure provision, and charges for this. There's going to be, if I talk about competitive slot pricing, there's going to be a fight in the next few years about what those slots actually should cost. And especially a foot steward's slot cannot have a high price. It's just as simple as that. The moment you want to charge more, you have to guarantee what you ask for, which I call real open access. So what does the future of rail look like? This is current freight flows all through the world, what we currently have. We have 4 clusters, which is America and Europe, India and China, a little bit in Southern Africa. I mentioned this because the failure of Europe to do modal shift, people have a lot to say about, but it's short distance freight where a road is very well established and available. But in other 3 clusters, America has been highly successful, we know that, and we will make India and China more successful because of long distances, because of good rail economics, it needs to work. Interestingly enough, we see Cape Core. If you look at this graph, this picture just shows changes. This is new freight in the world. And that is telling because if you look at the International Transport Forum analysis of this, then you see that Cape Core actually stands out. Now, I, for myself, believe that we have 2 very important corridors in this country. The one is the Natal corridor. It is important. It's our import corridor. 25% of all freight on that corridor is import and export. But the actual fundamental rail-friendly economy, rail-economy-friendly corridor in South Africa is Cape Core. And we need to solve this. It is absolutely ridiculous to move so much freight on the road for 1,400 kilometers. There are solutions, but for 25 years, 28 years, we've been talking about the solution, so we're just not getting there, which is ridiculous in this country. So we're looking at global freight. We've participated in the Future of Rail publication. People need to read it. It was published by the International Energy Agency a few years ago. This research tells us that worldwide, in order for the world to succeed, railway freight has to double, and in South Africa, as I say, general freight needs to quadruple. It's as simple as that. The future rail freight will have to be seamlessly inserted in the supply chain. The way to do this is what I've said earlier, is to make the supply chain work, and railway is part of it. It does not compete with anything there. It is part of the supply chain. We really need to get this done if you're looking at it. And if I'm looking at the forecast that we have for the world, there will be a modal shift towards rail in most countries for rail-friendly freight, as I've defined it. The other thing that the International Energy Agency and the International Transport Forum is concerned about is the fact about reshoring. Because reshoring is causing maritime freight to shift to overland freight. And if we don't have guided transport, then we are going to have big problems in this world. A world without mass guided transport will be a failed world. The same is true for South Africa. This is my last slide. And the point I want to make here, all of the scenarios that we do say that this is completely intertwined with the future of South Africa. A failed railway will mean a failed country. We look 30 years into the future. We don't actually have another way of competing globally, of low-cost transfers in our country, on our corridors. There is no other future for us than a successful railway. So I believe that the things that we're doing now just have to succeed. The Deputy President of Nigeria says an active and vibrant railway system confers many benefits on society. I like reading about Albert Einstein often. I don't know if many people know it, but the first worst words of his relativity theory, if you go and read the original text, says, let us imagine ourselves transferred to our old friend, the railway carriage. And this is the old friend that I hope that we will return to in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Jan. Very concerning picture. Let's believe there is some hope. Definitely, we need to fix our rail system, and there are beautiful things happening. Fortunately, we have people like yourselves around doing lots of research and education in the industry. And we've got Ria that's doing a lot of work also in this field to fix our rail system, and obviously Transnet and all the people. So together we will be able to make it work again, and the Transport Forum will play a role in bringing the important people together, and let's talk about this. So thank you very much, Prof. Jan.
Harry, you caught me unawares. I wanted to start my presentation by just thanking you. This fantastic work that you've done over the last decades to bring this forum together. Really, thank you. It's hard work, and I think it's been hugely successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Jan. I really appreciate your support as well. Ladies and gents, those of you who don't know what's going on regarding our program and has joined us recently, is that MEC Mamabola unfortunately couldn't do his presentation this morning. He had a crisis he needs to attend to. So we asked Prof. Jan Owen to present in his place. So we swapped our program a little bit. But now we're going to have our next presenter, and let me just put our program on the screen for a change. So our next presenter then will be Mr. Louw Kannemeyer. He's the Engineering Executive of South African National Roads Agency Limited. And he's going to, we've given him these topics, the condition of our national roads and the strain of excess freight, and the challenges to maintain our national road infrastructure. Thank you very much, Louw, for agreeing to present today. We're looking forward to your presentation. Thank you so much.
Hi, thanks. Morning, Harry. Morning, everyone. I hope, can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
Yes, I think once again also thanks for the opportunity in being able to present to you today. And hopefully some of the information, I'm just trying to get it into, can you see it? The presentation?
Yes, we can. You can continue. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think just quickly, I think in brief, just as I always start, I mean, if you look at South Africa, we see a very extensive road network in the country. And I think what one needs to interpret in terms of today's discussion is multiple avenues to move on. So unlike the rail network, where obviously it's a controlled, or up till now, heavily controlled network in terms of how you get access and move on it, we have no control. I mean, if you are legally licensed in terms of your driver and your vehicle, for example, we as Sunroll, if you operate within the law, cannot tell you you're not allowed to be on this road, for example. And I think that that's the challenge we face, is just this extensive network provides various avenues for people to divert, reconnect, come up with new solutions. If you try and enforce something along this corridor, there's just another road around the corner. So one needs to keep that in mind when you think of this map of the country, is all the little avenues available in terms of how you can move virtually at your own choice, legally or illegally. Overall, the network, once again, a very large network. The 10th, 11th, we tend to swap, but we're sitting at the 10th, 11th longest network in the world at the moment. Very expensive in terms of the investment over all the years in establishing that network. Obviously, with that, it means a lot of money to actually maintain that network over time. Then, obviously, also, if one look at from a Sunroll side, we are virtually responsible for 22,262 kilometers at present. Remember, the mandate of Sunroll originally was for a 20,000 kilometer network, the strategic network, and in 2010, that mandate was extended to also add the primary network that feeds into the strategic, which takes it up to about a 34 to 35,000 kilometer network. That thing has fizzled about in the last 5 years, but the Minister of Transport now is very aggressively pushing the transfer of those remaining roads, which are mostly under provincial government, to Sunroll, in terms of being able to sustainably look after the network. But you can see the network split, and I think very important, as you can see, the largest chunk of our road network are indeed gravel roads, which implies very low traffic volumes. In terms of that, if one look at the Sunroll network, although it only accounted for 3.6 of the proclaimed 618,000, it carries about 35% of the annual vehicle kilometers travel. And if one look at the long distance road freight, about 70% of that is moving on these corridors when you look at the long distance road freight. And just once again, highlighting the economic importance. So if one then look at, and here, I mean, we've seen now some new stats from Prof. Havenga, but I mean, if you look at what officially was published and what one used, but we're more or less still sitting at the same percentages. And as he's indicated, it's about what you measure and how you measure it. But the bottom line of what we see here is that South Africa's economy is heavily reliant on roads, both in terms of freight movement, as well as person trips. So I think it's important to remember that the roads are there not just to move freight. Actually, the biggest service the roads are generating is actually person trips in terms of moving people around. So one must always remember, a lot of times roads are built not with the intention necessarily to move large volumes of freight along that corridor, but to give a community access to services, all weather access to education, health, and all of those kind of things. So if one look at, in terms of the Sunroll network specifically, I think once again there, just quickly to highlight, if one look at the current network, obviously 87% of our network is what we deem as non-toll, meaning we are reliant on budget allocations coming from the fiscus to maintain that network. And then 13% of the network is a toll network, meaning that that's where we borrow money, and then through the collection of tolls, we repay that money, and we use that money then to obviously build, maintain, and operate those toll facilities. The toll market has hit a major speed hump since about 2013-14 with GFIP, and that's literally stalled the development of toll infrastructure or the toll network in the country in totality as we see it. I mean, we have about a further 150 billion rands worth of investment that is financially viable to be toll roads, but until there's a clear policy in this country on how roads will be funded going forward, we're not able to move on that in terms of that. So if one look at our current network, that 22,267, we currently have about 1,583 or 7.11%. That's in a poor to a very poor condition, which is within the international norm of 10% for a well-maintained network, because you do need to have, if you fully extract value from your assets, you do need to have roads at the end of their life before you then completely rehabilitate or reconstruct them. This is just over time, what has happened to the Sunroll road network. And keep in mind, I mean, from 1998, we started with 6,700 kilometers, and we're now sitting at 22,262. So these little up and down movements you see in the here is directly related to the transfer of roads coming from the provincial authorities to Sunroll, and then us having to then address any maintenance backlogs and things. I think what's very concerning, as you can see here in the far right, in terms of the remainder of the network, what you'll notice there that in 2013, 36% of that, roughly about 12,000 kilometers still to be transferred to Sunroll, was in a poor to a very poor condition. So you can understand the impact that is going to have on Sunroll when that is moved across to Sunroll, in terms of how we will need to reprioritize our existing budgets, because very important to understand, these transfers to Sunroll does not come with budget. They will be transferred to Sunroll, and our budget will only later on be adjusted, but depending on available finances. So we normally need to internally reprioritize to address the urgent maintenance backlogs, just like we have to now do, for example, in the Northwest on the N12, in terms of those. So those are the challenges we will face, but you get an idea of the condition of that network. And I can just indicate that for some provinces in South Africa, the latest information we have available indicate that their surface network, 66 to 68% is in a poor to a very poor condition. So it's indeed not a very good picture to have. So if one look at South African pavement design, so it's important to understand that when we design a road pavement, we don't design it for a number of calendar years. We design it for the traffic expected over the design period, which typically is 20 years, 25 years that we use on our roads these days. But traditionally, you will forecast what is the traffic over 20 years. The total traffic stream will determine the number of lanes that needs to be on the facility. So your lights and your heavies combined will dictate, you know, how many lanes, climbing lanes, passing lanes, those kind of things. And your heavy traffic over that period will really dictate the kind of road pavement that you need to construct. What's very important to realize from this slide that you will notice is that the South African design method is reliant on preventative maintenance being performed on that road during its life cycle to enable it to achieve its design life. If you're not going to be doing those preventative maintenance actions to keep the surface waterproof, the road will not last its intended design life. So I think it's very important that that concept is just understand we don't have a zero maintenance design in terms of our roads. Then typically what happens, so I think what's also important to understand is that although at the surface all our roads, although at the surface all our roads look the same, if it's a surface road, they tend to be black and flat. The real difference is below the surface. So typically, and that difference below the surface, the number of layers and the composition of those layers are determined by the heavy vehicles that are going to be traveling over that route during its design life. And that is really what dictates the difference in cost. Because we many a time gets questions on, hey man, who is siphoning off money? Why is it costing so much more to build a square meter of national road versus a local street in a town? And that's the reason is hidden below the surface in terms of the number of layers and the composition of those layers. What, however, is very important to realize here is that because South Africa don't have our own crude oil and bitumen is the residue that remains when we refine crude oil, we over the years have minimized the use of bitumen. So our waterproofing layers at the surface are very, very thin. So what one tends to see is if one look at over here, we have typically about 10 to 40 millimeters of waterproofing layer at the surface. If you look at the Northern Hemisphere, they are about 100 to 400. What this tells you is that our pavements are far more sensitive for lack of maintenance than what you'll have in the Northern Hemisphere because of that very short path a crack can progress through the surface, allowing water to get to the natural gravels. What's however important to understand is that this design, South African design method, because we substituted the expensive bitumens with natural gravels, is 40 to 60% cheaper for the equivalent traffic and climate than what they can build it overseas. So we've got some of the best road design technology in the world in terms of our ability to harness the properties of natural gravels and crushed stone, for example, that we've developed in this country. But the trade-off of that is we've got a very thin waterproofing layer at the surface, and if we don't maintain that, water goes in and you'll have rapid or accelerated deterioration. So it's important to understand that difference. It's important to understand the difference in layers below the surface for your various kind of typical roads you may encounter out there and the impact it has on the cost. So that's why preventative maintenance is so crucial on our network. Then if one look at why are roads deteriorating over time, as you've seen, one is obviously axle loads. So here we talk about the actual load on each and every individual axle. So in South Africa, the current legal limit is 9 tons on a single axle or a tandem, which is 18 tons. And then on tridems, obviously it falls to 24 tons. So that axle load is applied to the pavement, and the way we design the road, as I said, once again, the number of those axle repetitions over the design life of the pavement will dictate how many layers and what the quality of the material in those layers needs to be for us to be able to carry those axle loads anticipated over the design life of a road facility. And normally what you'll have is the better, more higher quality materials are right at the surface where the contact stresses is the highest. And then we distribute those stresses over a larger area as you go deeper down. And as you distribute those stresses deeper down, what you do end up, sorry, I just want to change the pointer so that you can see. So as you distribute these stresses down, you spread it over a larger area, so you're reducing it so I can use lower quality materials deeper down in terms of the pavement. So if one then look at axle loads, for example, and one then look at, so I'm just waiting for the system to catch up and change. So if one look at axle loads that one typically will have in terms of how we design it, so traditionally, all the pavements in South Africa is designed based on a equivalent standard axle load, a design axle load. And the design axle load, you'll typically hear the word E80, 80 kilonewton axle. So E80 is nothing else than an 8.2 axle. So it's an axle with a load of 8.2 tons on it and 4 tires. That's the equivalent design axle that we tend to have used and how all the pavements in South Africa has been designed over time. You then normally what you do is you take the actual expected axle load spectrum along a corridor and you convert that into the equivalent expected number of axles over time, the E80s, using the load equivalence factor. Now that load equivalence factor that we have is typically, if one look at it, it's the so-called E80 formula. So it's the actual load over 80 kilonewtons, which is 8.2 tons, to the power of the load equivalence factor. So that power there, the load equivalence, and that factor is an indication of the sensitivity of your pavement structure to loading. So as you can appreciate, a deeper, stronger, more well-designed and balanced pavement is less sensitive than a very shallow kind of pavement. So it's like if you put a piece of glass on a sponge versus taking that same glass and putting it on a very sturdy surface, you will have totally different behavior. And that's exactly what happens. So traditionally, the load equivalency that we use in the country is 4.2. So how you then convert the actual load into a design. So very important to see here that currently every legally loaded axle, every 9-ton axle equals 1.48 design axles. So there's immediately just the fact that the axle load is higher than the design. One legally loaded axle actually causes 1.5 design axles. And you can see here the impact, 5, 6, 7. If you have very sensitive pavements, you can see the impact. So there, one legally loaded axle equals 2.11 design axles, for example. And obviously, the lower you go, the stronger your pavements, the less sensitive they are, they will obviously have less of an impact. You can see here the spread of axle loads. So once again, this is here where the impact of overloading comes in. So when vehicles are severely overloaded on an axle, you can see one axle on a typical pavement that is 13 tons causes the equivalent of 7 design axles damage. And that's where you can see the impact of overloaded axles. What's however important to understand, if one look at a distribution of axle loads along our corridors, overloading is not really, a lot of people think that everything that you see out there on the roads is directly related to overloading. And that is really not the case. I mean, as you can see here, yes, people will talk about there's a 30% overloading. Yes, there's a 30%, but virtually the bulk of that is within the 5% grace. And you will see that only about 2.5% people are actually prosecutable that is loaded beyond the grace, because people are able to very well calculate and control the load distribution on their trucks these days to optimize or maximize. So what the people are doing, they are taking that grace and they are maximizing the load that they can move on a truck, because that directly equals to income that they can generate. So it's important to understand that overloading of axles, although it's there, is not the major cause or the culprit, which everybody seems to try and make that is the culprit in terms of causing damage. But you can see the impact an overloaded axle has when compared to a normal design axle in terms of your processes. The next thing, and that's really where the issue comes in, is the number of axle loads. It is how many axles are actually, or how many trucks are moving on roads. I mean, the photo here, this is typically what happens down Marion Hill when there's an accident or something that blocks the traffic for an hour or two. You then get a very good snapshot of the composition of the traffic, and you can literally see in the morning what percentage of what's moving there are actually freight or trucks versus light vehicles. I think we've spoken about the split, and I think as indicated by Prof. Havenga, the major challenge we've seen is this whole concept of just in time, where people will have more frequent, smaller deliveries instead of keeping very large inventories in a warehouse. So if you look at car manufacturing plants, way back in the old days, they would order batteries for the next 6 months. It could come on a train and be stored in a local warehouse for as and when needed. Now they've moved to this whole concept of just in time. So you've got all these scattering of small warehouses from where people on a daily basis need to deliver. And as a result, the whole logistics chain has become small, more frequent deliveries, which once again causes a major challenge in terms of economies of scale in terms of your railway network, for example. So that is one thing that one needs to keep in mind, is how this logistics value chain has completely changed in terms of this whole just-in-time concept, in terms of that. And then obviously, as you've seen, that has had a major impact in terms of the growth in the number of trucks since deregulation in 1988 on our road networks in the country. So if one typically look at the design, so I've just done here a very basic example. So if we take, say, for example, a road that has only 10 trucks on it per day, which is a typical farm to market rural kind of road, you expect in terms of design axles about 174,000 over a 20-year period, with certain assumptions that you can see there in terms of your truck split and your E80s per heavy on that corridor. In terms of the TRH4, which is the technical recommendations for highways, which is the guideline we use in South Africa for your pavement design. So here you can now see what you need to build, how thick the layers need to be, what the material in those layers need to be. So you can look at your road category, and you can look there in terms of your pavement class, in terms of your design axles that it gives you there on the top. And then it tells the people in terms of the catalog which system has been impacted or seen, which system or has been impacted, or which pavement structure is the one that you will need to construct. But what's very important to note from this is, if one look at there on the top, so a 10 will give you a ES 0.3 pavement, so a ES 0.3, this is then what you will build. If you've got 50 trucks, it's a ES1, so you're sitting into this category, what you need to build. ES 100 or 100 trucks per day gives me a ES3, so I'm sitting in this category. Then you can see for 1,000 trucks per day, ES30 pavement, which sits over there, and then 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 trucks, virtually all are ES100. So what is very important to see here is that, one, if I designed a road originally based on the current traffic that's there, and say, for example, it had 50 trucks at the time of design in my assumption, I would have designed and built a ES1 pavement based on the TRH4. If now suddenly there's a rapid change in the traffic on that corridor, and we see this typically as a result of mining activity, whether it's coal mining or something that just suddenly spring up, and it jumps to, say, 1,000 trucks per day. For 1,000 trucks per day, I actually needed a ES30 pavement. So that is what I would have had. The impact of this is that that life of that pavement that I originally designed for 20 years, having 50 trucks, if the trucks jump to 1,000, that 20-year life of that pavement drops to only 1 year. You would have carried the design traffic of that road in 1 year. And that is the reality of what we're seeing out there, is where we're suddenly seeing trucks moving onto roads that were never designed for that truckload or that number of axles. You get a rapid depletion of the design axles, and you end up with a much shorter life expectancy from that facility. And it's coming straight from the design, because it was never designed for that. What, however, is important to notice here, you'll see that the design classes ES30 is from 10 to 30 million, and the ES100 is from 30 to 100 million. So what you'll see here is your lower order roads is heavily impacted by a change in traffic, heavy vehicle traffic. But if you look at your heavy, higher order roads, 2,000 trucks per day, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, it's all the same design class. It's all the same pavement structure. And that was done like this deliberately because of that impact. So what this tells you, on a higher order road that was designed for 2,000 trucks a day, if the trucks go up to 4,000, there's no expected reduction in life expectancy on that road because it's still within its design traffic. So your higher order roads are far less sensitive for changes in heavy vehicle traffic changes, but it's more on your lower order road, your farm to market, that suddenly now becomes a major coal haulage or a mine haulage road, for example, where you have this major challenge or problem. I'm just waiting for the system to catch up. Sorry, the slides will probably move one or the other time because I don't want to move now.
Maybe try page down on your keyboard or something like that, another button.
I've tried page down, up. I've tried arrow down, up.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, so there's, okay, so it's now, it's probably still, okay. This is just to give you an idea of if we look at certain corridors on the Sunroll network and we look at the average daily truck traffic trend over, say, just the last 10 years, what do you see? I mean, what you see is right on top is the N3, where you're looking at about 5,000 trucks in terms of your design traffic. Remember, when you have a dual carriageway, the way we design a pavement is just for the traffic in one direction, not in both directions. But you can see the N3 is 5,000 to 6,000 on average trucks per day. The N12 here at Delmas is sitting at about 3,000. And you can see since 2016 how it started moving up. You can also see the impact on the N3, but you can see the N3 were there, then the economy turns down, then it goes up and down. Then you can see the N1 at Beaufort, very much a very flat line, for example. The N4, the blue at Brit. So you can see most of these corridors of ours tends to have a very consistent traffic over time, slight up and down movement. But if you look at the previous slide, these movements or changes still staying within the same pavement design class. One thing, however, that is notable is the N10 down here, which is once again a lower order in terms of on the Sunroll network, where you can from 2015 start seeing this systematic increase from about 200 trucks per day to over 1,000 trucks per day now. And this once again has got directly linked to the manganese ore and the movement of that to Cuberto in terms of the harbor down there. Here now, you will have that impact of a road that was never designed in terms of that increase in traffic, because it was never anticipated in terms of the normal growth that you will assume. And here you will now see that consequences of accelerated deterioration. But if you look at a lot of the other roads, as I said, you will see you're virtually staying within the same pavement design class over the years, so not really a big impact. The other very important thing, tire pressures. Obviously, in terms of reducing your operating cost technology, there's continuous research. And one of the developments that had the most negative impact on the performance of roads in the country is the move from cross-ply truck tires to radial truck tires. And the reason, I mean, obviously that move, in the design of the tire, what they have done is they have shrunk the footprint, the contact area of the tire with the road surface, because that is how you reduce rolling resistance. By shrinking the amount of rubber that makes contact with the road surface. So that is why a radial tire is 30% more efficient than the old cross-ply tires. You virtually get no cross-ply tires these days any longer where you can buy it for trucks. So you can see it's moved from a very rectangular road to a very much a circular load. The challenge of that is the same axle load is now carried over a much smaller footprint, which substantially increases the contact stresses at the surface. And this is a major challenge because remember, there's no legislation that are limiting inflation pressures on tires or anything like that. It's not something that you enforce. And that is a reality that we face worldwide. And it typically manifests itself in what we call plastic flow or rutting that you see in the surface This was typically the N1 in Bloemfontein at the time, where during the hot seasons, when the asphalt layers are hot, and you've got these highly inflated tires, truck tires, when they drive across, they will cause those kind of patterns that you see. So we had to adjust our designs, and we've gone through a major effort in terms of recalibrating our design models to be able to allow for this technology, because this is a reality. This is what happens because the industry pushes to become more efficient. Obviously, the impact of super singles are even worse, where you now take two tires and you combine it into one tire using this concept. It even has a worse effect in terms of the total load spread over a much smaller area. Obviously, very important, climate, because we use all these natural gravels that you've seen earlier. The deterioration and what you see is happening on our network is heavily influenced by where you are in the country. So also because of higher rainfall, you've got much more concentrated activity in your wetter areas, smaller farms, different commodities, sugarcane, timber that's been farmed, a much higher traffic load. So if one compare and you look at the map, you'll see that on average, because traffic in KwaZulu-Natal is 16 times higher than the traffic in the Northern Cape. So what does this mean? This implies that one, in the Northern Cape, because it's relative, very dry, very low traffic, your roads tend to last a lot longer with not so much maintenance because the risks are much lower compared to KwaZulu-Natal. So in the Northern Cape, we can use marginal materials because there's a high likelihood that for most of the year it will be dry unless we have a summer rainfall period like now. Whereas in a place like KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, you are confronted by this reality of higher moisture, and any lack of preventative maintenance will immediately reflect. And that's why go and look at where people complain about potholes. You'll see it's in these dark greens and light green areas. Very seldom, except for excessive rains, will you hear about the people in Pofadder complaining about the pothole problem in their town. And so you'll see it very much links to rainfall, moisture, that has this major impact because of that design that we have in the country that uses these natural gravels at the surface. Also, the other major challenge we have is pavement age. As you can see here at Sunwell at the moment, and this is applicable to the provinces as well and the metros, currently 83% of our pavements, our road pavements, are older than their original 20-year design life. So what it tells you is our road infrastructure is at the end of its life. So it is incredibly sensitive for any adverse change in the number of axles, axle loads, lack of preventative maintenance, adverse or above normal rainfall, for example, like what we've seen in the recent summer rainfall period. And that will all contribute to how it manifests in potholes, because that's the typical thing that one will see as a road user, is it will manifest in the form of a pothole, for example. So our challenge that we have in this country is our road network is really at the end of its life. And if it's not properly looked after, it has the ability within 1 or 2 weeks of prolonged rain to just have potholes developing everywhere, like what you've seen being reported, or just to totally fall apart, like what we've seen in Wolmaranstad recently. So typically, as you've seen, maintenance strategies, and this is really where the big difference comes in between what we do at Sunroll and what is done or not done at other authorities. There's two approaches in terms of how to maintain roads. The one approach is the preventative maintenance approach first. So that is, you build a road, within about 7 to 10 years, depending on the climate and the traffic, the road looks like that. But when you stop and you look at it, there's fine cracks. That is the time when you now need to move into waterproof that surface to prevent the ingress of water. To do that, you need professionally qualified people. You need engineers to understand what's the meaning of the crack I'm seeing in terms of this climate area, in terms of this road design. If you don't do anything and you allow for a period of 3 to 5 years to pass, secondary defects starts developing. Now, to repair that road and bring it back is costing you 6 times more than what it would have cost you if you've done preventative maintenance. If you leave it for 5 to 8 years, now to fix this road and bring it back, it's costing you 18 times more. What's important to understand is that when a road is in a very poor condition like this, you don't need to be an engineer to see that it's in a poor, even a politician can tell you, hey man, that road is bad. Now, you don't need to be an engineer, and that's unfortunately the reality that we face with a lot of authorities not having professional in their employment. The way the networks are being managed is fix the worst first. So they wait for the one, and then the one that's the worst with the most complaints, that's the one that they'll go and try and fix, because it's obvious to everyone why they're fixing that road. The challenge you have is that if that's the strategy you follow and you've got a limited budget, for every 1 kilometer of that road that you fix, you could have resealed 18 kilometers. And that is really what we see by far the largest contributor to the deterioration that we're observing on the South African road network is the lack of preventative maintenance. That is by far the biggest contributor, not so the increase in axle loads, not the vehicles being overloaded, is purely the infrastructure has not been maintained. Because we don't have a zero maintenance design, you start seeing this rapid deterioration on the network. The impact, obviously we all know that about, if you look at total transportation cost, 90% of your total life cycle cost is user related. Only 10% of the total transportation costs for roads infrastructure is agency or authority related cost to build and maintain it. 90% of the cost is related to the people that are traveling on that road, whether it's fuel, tires, maintenance, depreciation, time, accidents, and all of those. So you can see the impact we're having on the economy in terms of a poorly maintained road network, where you are actually impacting 90% of the total transportation costs in terms, since that is road user related cost. So if one look at—
5 minutes, low 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be done in less than that. The worst first approach, you have a road, it develops cracks, nothing gets done. The drains silt up, they block, nothing gets done. The grass grows on the edge, nothing gets done to cut the grass to get the water to drain. In terms, everybody then waits for potholes to develop, and then they obviously go and then, oh, now we need to reconstruct the roads. That is the worst first kind of approach in terms of what is happening with a lot of roads in the country at the moment. If you look at the scenario in terms of the preventative maintenance first approach, when you have cracks developing, when you have drains developing, you go and you seal those cracks. If there are too many cracks, you reseal the whole road, you cut the grass, you clean the drains. I mean, those are routine maintenance, and that is, you'll see at Sunwell, when you travel on our roads, that's one of our biggest focuses, is keeping the drains clean, keeping the grass cut so that the water can run away when it rains, keeping the cracks sealed in terms of that. And then obviously when you have potholes, obviously you do need to go and properly patch them. And if they're too extensive, we'll, for example, in situ recycle. If one look at the costs, for us, for example, to cut the grass, seal the cracks, clean the drains, you're looking at about R9.50 per square meter per year on average. Obviously, certain parts of the country where it rains more, higher traffic, it's higher. Certain parts, it's lower in the Northern Cape. But you're looking at R9.50 per square meter per year to do that. And that buys you so much more in terms of asset life. Reseal costs, so that's when we reseal, you're looking at 70 to 150 per square meter every 10 years. To repair a pothole is probably one of the most expensive things to do. And that will range anything from 700 to 25,000 Rand per square meter. If I have to repair a pothole on a very busy road like the N1 here in Gauteng, the cost for me to accommodate traffic, to close the lanes, to all of that costs 10 times more than the actual repair work I need to do on the actual road. And that's why it's so crucial that at all costs you prevent the formation of potholes, because that's the most expensive repair that you can do on a road, is to fix a pothole. That's why you at all costs need to prevent the development of potholes. And this is asset management. And this really, to do asset management, to do all of this, you're not able to do that without having a proper system with up-to-date data that informs you to assist in making informed decisions. And that's really the big difference between us here at Sunroll and a lot of authorities, is all our decisions that we make in terms of investment strategies on our whole network is driven through this asset management system of ours. It's data driven. We've been tracking the trends of deterioration. We know exactly what's happening, where we can forecast, we model for the next 30 years into the future. What is the consequences of delaying maintenance on this road? Because remember, we've got limited budgets. We get less than 50% of what we require to maintain the network is allocated. So we need to maximize the use of that 50%. So we the whole time need to trade off, where is the investment going to derive the most benefit to the road user, and where is the consequences going to be the least when we delay the maintenance on a certain corridor. And as I said, the only way we do that is by modeling based on traffic, climate, current conditions, pavement design into the future for the next 30 years, and then coming up with our various maintenance strategies. And that's all. Thank you, Harry.
No, thank you so much. Sure, I enjoyed this presentation thoroughly. Yeah, it's impressive to see what beautiful science, what complex science road maintenance is. And obviously preventative maintenance is another science on its own. So thank you very much for sharing all of this with us. We really appreciate it. Hopefully you're available for questions and answers a little bit later.
Okay. No, thanks, Harry.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Right, ladies and gents, this was exciting, and Prof. Jan's presentation was so exciting. So we're learning quite a lot here today. We're going to take a short break. You can see the second half of our presentation or our event. It's also very exciting presentations. They are Marcelo and Flapu, Daniel and Tutuka Ladla. And again, to continue discussion about the consequences of the inadequate rail system and road infrastructure. After the break, we'll have Mike Daniel presenting, because Marcelo is still busy with a live interview on SAFM. So we decided to swap it with Mike Daniel. Yeah, so I'll put the clock up, and I'll see you guys back here again at 11:15. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Ag ja, weet jy. Oh.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to start in 1 minute's time. You can start taking up your seats again. Thank you. All right, ladies and gents, let's start with the second half of our session. And just going to get up our program here. So our next presenter, we've decided to swap Mike Daniel and Marcelo Slapo because Marcelo is still involved in a live interview on SAFM. So Mike said he will present for us now. Mike is the Chief Executive Officer of Rail Runner South Africa. He's going to talk about towards open access, futuristic wagons, and purpose-driven supply chains. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you very much, Harry. Thank you for the invite, and thank you to Lau and Professor Jan and also Professor Pisa for all their input and insights. I think you have jointly made my job a lot easier. Just waiting to get onto presentation mode here. There we go. So towards open access, the exciting open access as announced by our president, futuristic wagons and purpose-driven supply chains. First of all, I want to take you on a trip down memory lane. And Janko and myself shared a platform at NEPAD in 2009, and I shared a few of the following slides there, which I'll skip through fairly quickly because of what has gone before. The road haulier strengths, understanding client requirement, just-in-time deliveries, flexibility of routes, low capital cost, all the things we've spoken about. Heavy-duty fatalities per 100 million kilometers. We are a world leader, unfortunately. Alien infrastructure. I see Lau had that photograph as well. So that is our problem. Move in Africa, unsustainable road freight, inefficiencies, lack of investment in rail meant road freight transport stepped up to the plate and kept us moving. Whilst this solution was great, but without a change of mindset, the following will continue to describe our transport system. Static freight system characterized by high systems costs and low levels of long-term sustainability. And we have resource constraints, which is a result of the gradually deteriorating and eventually financially unsustainable system. And road freight causes several unsustainable externality costs, such as pollution, road infrastructure, insurance, overloading, and creating additional maintenance costs for the roads. I had a look at Fleet Watch this week or last week, and Masai and Fufura closing down their port liner business because of vandalism and damages. There's also an article on crumbling local and provincial infrastructure. And so what we were talking about in 2009 is coming to pass. And we heard that very much so from Lowe's presentation. So why rail? Fuel efficiencies. Rail can move 1 metric ton of freight, 176 kilometers on 1 liter of fuel, and the road equivalent is 46 to 56 kilometers wherever you speak to. Carbon footprint reduction, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Reduction of highway carnage and reduced cost of road infrastructure. No need to ban trucks from roads if certain freight or route sections are moved to rail. I noticed somebody else was reading one of my slides before the show. Right, so Transnet Freight Rail CEO, Msiza Mzimela, lays track under the President's third-party access. That was a heading or subheading in the Sunday Times. And she said Transnet wants truckers to ride and run rails. How do we achieve that? How? Trucks on rail. So there we see we have super signals, rubber tires, hanging off the trailers with containers on top of them, and they have been built into a train and they're coming into a terminal to be deramped and to go back onto road. We have ladies like this not wanting the pollution from our trucks in their towns and villages. In the budget speech, our Minister of Finance made the following announcement. Carbon tax at the moment is $8 per ton. I put it into dollars because it's easier to work with. And in 2026, it's going up to $20, 2030 to $30. And by 2050, they would like $120 a ton carbon dioxide or CO2 tax. Of course, rail runner emits about 40% less greenhouse gases than road vehicles. The saving will be significant. We haven't done any calculations as yet because of the many unknowns. My colleagues were talking about externality freight costs. We were talking about the cost of road. So our externality costs there are about 32.4 billion. And with rail, it amounts to about 1.5 billion. So we can see that the background cost to rail is a lot lower to the consumer and to the taxpayer in South Africa than what road is. Road is made up of admission costs, accident costs, and then congestion costs. We've all sat in those frustrating traffic jams. So let's talk a bit about futuristic wagons. About 30 years ago, bimodal was developed in the US as an intermodal system for transporting trailers on rail. And Rail Runner has innovated that solution to carry containers and swap bodies in 2001, expanded technology to focus on environmental and lower operational costs in 2006, and has optimized commercial and technical capabilities. So moving freight from road to rail, and no freight is left behind. Futuristic trailer design with a wide range of freight can be transported. We have curtain-sided vehicles, containers, side tippers, and car carriers. Those side tippers, by the way, do not require tipplers. So the infrastructure at the unloading side of the trip is a lot cheaper and easier to maintain than side tippers. Terminals, and Tutuka's going to talk on this a bit later, but efficient, no specialized equipment, and rail lines on a level area. Rail Runner has a 20-year hook and haul agreement with Transnet Freight Rail, and we're exploring the open access option, as are a lot of other rail enthusiasts are. So, quickly, some of the benefits: universal access, terminal anywhere is low terminal cost, no heavy cranes, minimal ground preparation, and we can work under the wire. This is critical. You know, often you have to take the whole train to a yard where there's no catenary wire so that you can use cranes to lift off and lift on. we can actually build our train and break our train under the catenary wire. Interoperable, rail runner terminal anywhere, and we can use legacy crane terminals if need be. We drive on and drive off. No cranes, no lifting, fast connectivity. About 3 minutes to put one unit into a train. Operational benefits. Just going to move this. Come on. Less energy consumption. No cranes. We've said that. Less infrastructure, track wear, longer track life, and less maintenance on track. Longer useful cycle life of bimodal units as compared to conventional trailers. The simple reason for this is they're on rail for the greatest portion of their life, and they're doing the first and the last mile on road, which requires more maintenance than operating on rail. More units and payload given per train length, and we can increase the capacity by about 20%, and that is 20% more freight per train rather than more trains. So the smooth ride gives us more cargo protection, air cushion freight, yaw dampeners, shock absorbers, slackless connections reduces starting shocks. If we talk about terminal anywhere, we require cranes. We have a simple craneless connectivity, and the investment is minimal. It's about 10 to 15% of that of a conventional terminal. Bimodal has air suspension, offers less sway, rock and roll like passenger transport, less cargo shifting. Conventional wagons has no air suspension. Articulated self-adjusting steering improves running behavior and reduces maintenance costs. So yaw dampening and shock absorbers to support ride quality. Conventional wagons, no yaw dampening, shock absorbers or shock absorbers. Ramp guiding increases assembly speed, lowers trailer damage, and protects freight. There's no ramp with wagon. You shunt the wagons, and you can damage cargo by doing that. Forklift pockets facilitate moving equipment off and on the track, and also does away with paying for parking fees on rail. And long sets of rail lines are required in rail yards for parking of unused rail wagons. Technical. The air hydraulically supported coupling for safer and faster train assembly and disassembly. There's no manual labor required to hook the trailer to the bogie and vice versa. And security features against unauthorized third-party manipulation. Bimodal benefits to the economy. So we support the move from road to rail. We have additional environmental benefits compared to rail, reduces highway congestion, increases network capacity. That was one of the things Jan was calling for, like 20% more freight per train, more payload per given length of train, higher speed, shorter round trip cycles, and allows for automation in train assembly. A lower terminal investment of only 15 to 20% of regular terminals, and low break-even volumes, fully compatible with existing intermodal systems and terminals. And we increase the throughput of terminals because we're turning those trains around so much quicker. Rail runner bogies can be taken off the track, accommodating volume changes due to business cycles, eliminating rail parking fees, simplifying repositioning of equipment. Facilitates intermodal transport expansion to areas where no or insufficient terminal infrastructure and with lower cargo volumes. Enhances logistics operations and lowers maintenance costs by allowing maintenance at any rail runner terminal. So basically, we can go to the hinterland, pick up the freight, bring it to the rail line, to a terminal, build it into a train, and send it to another terminal close to the port. So we support the move from road to rail, more payload per given length of train, and we facilitate the bypassing of bottlenecks and track gauge changes. So what we're saying there is if the train is en route from point A to point B and a railway bridge has been washed away or it's been made unserviceable due to any reason, we can back up the train, go on road around the obstacle, rebuild the train and continue with the route. Sorry, went the wrong way. Right. Rail Runner pays its way. Efficient, low-cost terminal anywhere with low barriers to entry. We've discussed this already. Promote intra-SADC trade by lifting the GDP of these countries. Maximize existing SADC rail infrastructure and trade corridors. And we reduce logistics costs by up to 20%. I think Jan was asking for a 20% discount. You got it. And the CO2 outputs are 40% less. So we can generate carbon tax credits that can be used for other business. Bimodal logistics facilitates migration of freight from road to rail, adds freight capacity, encourages private sector investment, lowers the national logistics cost, broadens supplier development. Marcelo is always asking for local manufacture, so we will be able to do that. And we increase operator revenues and profits for both road and rail. So that's basically the futuristic wagons and the trailers and bogies that can drive this move from road to rail and the use of terminals. Let's look briefly at purpose-driven supply chains. Here is a static map, and we can see Rail Runner lowers terminal costs. The drive off, drive on is simple, and the wide selection of trailer types to serve all local markets. Now that we understand the benefits, let us move on. What is a focused supply chain? Every decision is focused first on customers, suppliers, and then on communities and employees. The communities are important because the supply chain delivers to them, but yet it shares their roads, it shares their air quality, and this has to be taken into account when we are designing our supply chains. The entire supply chain is envisaged as not just effective, efficient, and green, but also innovative, collaborative, and proactive. So those are three of the criteria that we believe that Rail Runner can relate to. The business's identity exposed to every aspect of how the supply chain work gets done. Purpose-driven supply chain consists of 4 factors: communicate, measure, engage all stakeholders, and then assess. So on communications, we communicate the business purpose to customers, suppliers, and partners, and develop these outside relationships to enable the purpose. The purpose: low cost, world-class logistics service, greenhouse gas saving of up to 40%, and under promise and over deliver. Measure how the supply chain serve the customers, suppliers, communities, employees, and investors. And we need to measure cost, delivery time, and carbon tax saving. Engage all stakeholders to gather collective wisdom that advances the business purpose. And the stakeholders are road users, rail users, clients, and consumers. So we assess the existing and new products for their fit with the business purpose and adjust for portfolios accordingly. Continual assessment of logistical tools, hardware and software, and IoT devices. So purpose-driven supply chains is a new dawn for African rail. once again, we have rail trucks on road trucks on rail. And we believe that Rail Runner can unlock economic freedom for all. And Harry, I'm a little bit ahead of schedule, but I'm sure you wouldn't mind that.
Thank you, Mike. This is very interesting. And thank you for making it visible. It's always nice to see those trucks on all those wagons. You know, it's difficult what you call it. Wagon on road and wagon on rail. The bimodal wagons. It's so interesting to see that and beautiful technology. And we believe we're going to see a lot of this in South Africa in the future and the nearby future. Mike, you will be available for a panel discussion?
Yes, I will be, Harry.
Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gents, our next presenter will then be Ms. Misela Mslapo. She's the Chief Executive Officer of the African Rail Industry Association. She's going to talk about transparent third-party access. Thank you very much, Misela.
Harry, do you have my presentation?
So I'll share for you. Let me do that.
Thank you. In the meantime, my name is Misela Mslapo. I am apparently the CEO of the African Rail Industry Association. We are a member body. We also have a formal relationship with the Department of Trade and Industry as an export council. And we are proud to say all established operators, private operators in the country are members of ARIA.
Almost with you.
No problem. Thank you, Harry. My topic is transparency on third-party access, and I'll give the background. I'll give the legal definition of what transparency is and its effect on third-party access, the national rail policy and third-party access, and the challenges that we foresee coming because of the, well, rather the terms and conditions that are currently available on the bid for Transnet. Thanks, Harry. Well, on the 10th of Feb, during the SONA, his presidency, almost Nelson Mandela, thanks, McDaniel. The State of the Nation, the President Ramaphosa, said in his address that Transnet will start the process of providing third-party access to its freight network from the 1st of April 2022. What was different about this announcement is different to the one from the 20th of October 2020, of which he announced that third-party access will start in 12 months' time. But now we had a set date of which it is new financial year for government, and that is important for us. And then after Transnet announced that they would what was called phase one of the third-party access, opening up 6 slots, and in the corridor, the container corridor, and 10 slots in the Cape corridor between Joburg and East London and Nelson Mandela Bay. Last week or last week and a half, the draft white paper, the final draft paper into the national rail policy was adopted by cabinet, and we are currently hopeful that it will be gazetted as soon as possible. And furthermore, it's the signature of the Luxembourg Rail Protocol to the Cape Town Convention on the interest of mobile equipment was signed by the Minister, Fikile Mbalula. Now we're going to start working on the ratification of the Luxembourg Protocol, because it goes hand in hand with third-party access. And further, it also will make funding cheaper and available from private sector to fund rail rolling stock. Transparency as a legal, from the Latin word of transparency, which literally means show light through, and having access to information beyond and through. From the legal definition point of view, it's an essential condition for those operating in a market like ours, which ensures that the rule to which they are subject to are made obvious. But just on the transparency clause as well, we as a rail industry for the past few years, we have had major problems, whether it's procurement from Transnet, from PRASA. It has cost the industry a lot. And when we as industry do not question the decisions that have been made, we don't question that, or we rather demand that there's transparency in what these entities do in to benefit us and to empower us as the rail industry. We find that most companies have actually closed down. So it is this transparency that, from the legal perspective, that is supposed to protect our interests as a sector. Then I take that the transparency into the Constitution regarding access to information, which is Section 32, of which says the national legislation must be enacted to give effect to this right and may provide for reasonable measures to alleviate the administration of financial burden on the Act. Then that was the birth of PAIA. And the purpose was to obviously to make information available to the public and ensure that no information, unless otherwise prevented by government or it's sensitive to government, to ensure that we actively scrutinize and participate in decision-making by public bodies that affects our rights. I don't know what is that blue thing. Now, with the national rail policy, each being approved by cabinet, we think that obviously rail is affordable, competitive, effective, integrated, reliable, safe, sustainable, and valued transport mode that provides the backbone of South Africa's freight logistics. If I can also tap into the AFCTFA, where there's a document that came out of UNECA that anticipates that with the implementation of third-party access, but also with integrating the continent, we're looking at about 100,000 in units of wagons being manufactured that will be required immediately. So that for us as a country that has been designated by the African Union, that we have to lead the manufacture of rail rolling stock. So we need to take up on this opportunity that with third-party access, it will create a demand. It will also revive the manufacturing sector, and that manufacturing sector will then target the continent to supply rail rolling stock on the continent. The rest of the continent is looking to us for solutions. The current challenges that we are anticipating that are here on the third-party access as the bid, we know that obviously there will be clarification tomorrow, but we think that Transnet's approach is not based on national rail policy. And the major problem with that is some of the clauses, for instance, footnotes, of which it's a legal term. Basically, you take the track condition as is, and there is no risk that to Transnet, or rather the track owner. And we think that that is maybe a condition that is unfair. And actually the infrastructure owner has the responsibility in terms of policy to ensure the integrity of the network. Another one is the grandfather rights, meaning that when Transnet has a slot, say 2 slots on a particular line, they will have that slot forever. For us, it looks like it will be a competition issue, that there will not be equal treatment of operators. In terms of the policy, again, it goes back that all operators will be treated equally. And the whole network says every network line, whether classified as core, non-core, branch line, or shared freight and commuter line, shall be subject to third-party access managed by the infrastructure manager appointed of that open line. It goes to say that Transnet must establish a traffic management function to control access and manage operation of the large existing national network for all routes except process 3 Cape Gauge Metropolitan dedicated passenger rail only. And transparency also with regard to access fees. Access fees and the terms of business must be published in the public domain to ensure that there is party 1 and party 2, which are operators, are treated the same, whether it's TFR or it's an operator that has a right to be an operator and has a permit, is a permit holder, has the same rights. And we think that the economic regulator will eventually come in, but the national policy, national rail policy, it talks about an interim structure which will regulate the rates, which will ensure that there is transparency of the rates and the service quality levels are there, and investigate complaints that may come about with this new third-party access, of which it's a historical moment for South Africa. I would like to thank you for listening, and I think I'm much more keen on taking questions, and because we have heard about third-party access a lot, but I would like to do more interaction, and so that we educate the public where there is a lack of clarity. We would like to provide that clarity on third-party access, where Transnet finds itself now, where the national rail policy stands, and to ensure that we all transport interested parties understand, and most importantly, they see the opportunities that will be brought through by third-party access.
Priscilla, thank you so much for this important work you guys are doing. I must say we have invited the CEO of Transnet Freight Rail also to present today. They couldn't. They given us legitimate reasons why not. But I'm sure you'll be ready for questions and answers after the next presentation. Thank you, Ms. Ella. I really appreciate it. Right, ladies and gents, our next presenter will then be Mr. Tutuka Ladla. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Veledadia Group, and he's going to talk about the role of dry ports in improving the rail-based supply chain. Thank you very much, Tutuka.
Thanks, Harry. Let me just put up the screen. Harry, can you put it up on your side, please?
All right, bear with me for a moment then.
Right.
You're welcome to continue.
Thanks. Good day, colleagues. Thank you very much for affording us an opportunity here for this wonderful work that the team is doing here. Thanks, Prof. And I'm glad that I'm presenting after all the great speakers have spoken. And the Prof did cover a lot of what we wanted to cover, and Mike did touch on that. What I would like to talk about is basically the role of dry port when it comes to the rendering of rail services, and also the implementation in terms of the investment of within the rail infrastructure. I will be covering 8 topics, starting with an introduction all the way to the conclusion. By way of introduction, it is very important that when we look at our transport network, we must always look at it from a bi-directional flow of traffic, which is basically the import and the export. Often we tend to talk about one leg and not talk about the other leg. But in order for us to get the correct context, let's talk about the import. If we are going to discuss the import, we must discuss the issue of the port. In any supply chain, because we must remember that as we sit within South Africa, a supply chain is not a supply chain in isolation. A supply chain is a competition with other supply chain. So by way of introduction, let's talk about the port as a link. Ports are not just there to act as transit. They are there as very critical supply chain links, okay? They tend to integrate global economies, they integrate global supply chains, and they don't just facilitate the movement of cargo between the ship and also the port. They ensure that this cargo is also moved towards the hinterland. And hence, when we talk about the port being competitive, one of the most critical items when it comes to the competitiveness of the port is its hinterland connectivity. South Africa is probably fortunate because every time it talks about port hinterland connectivity, we talk engineering. Unlike other countries, I mean, Europe is very well endowed with a lot of inland waterways. South Africa, we have no choice but to make the railways work. We've got road and we've got railways. Road cannot do mass evacuation, rail can. So it's very important then when we talk about investment on the rail, we must not just look at the rail infrastructure as the point of investment. We must look at the value chain that has been offered by this infrastructure, which then includes the development of dry ports. Okay, so we've got quite a number of definitions of dry ports in terms of some of the elevation of problems when it comes to the rail connectivity itself.
Maybe before... Sorry to interrupt, but you just tell me when I must go to the next slide so we're in sync.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You're on the right slide.
Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on the fact that we must always look at the rail in this supply chain as something that can always offer economies of scale. It also assists with the decongestion of some of the things at the port. It helps with both, by the way, the foreland and also the hinterland. And we can have further discussions in future when it comes to how do we differentiate between the two and the efficiencies that can be offered on both the foreland and the hinterland. But to make this discussion much easier, one took the port volumes as a source from the World Bank, and we just took the two countries which are adjacent to each other, which basically South Africa and Mozambique. I mean, on your right-hand side on the graph that we have then, we see that volumes have been growing over a period of time. And you will also see that there's been a slight growth of volumes on the Mozambican side. And when you look at the South African side, by the way, these are the total TEUs, meaning it is the total number of, we've taken the volumes from all the 3 ports that are actually moving containers here, which is basically Durban, Ngogapi and Cape Town, because those are the three main ports that move containers. When we have this, there's this constant discussion that says Maputo is improving, Maputo is going to do better than Durban and all. That's a nice discussion if you are looking at it from the port perspective. You may be right, but we must also give context in terms of why we're having the problems that we're having within our container corridor, because the problem is not necessarily the port on its own, it's also the corridor. So if you look, you must look at the network and say, what is it that Maputo is going to be different to what Durban is not doing differently? Maputo is facing exactly the same problem that Durban could be facing, which is the hinterland connectivity. If you cannot get the hinterland connectivity, it doesn't matter how well you do at the port. You will always be constrained by your inability to move the cargo as quickly as it's supposed to move. Okay. So if you look at during this time of growth in terms of volumes, we've seen a lot of developments that are taking place within what is previously farms and also agricultural holdings, where you see warehousing which are springing up and logistics centers which are springing. And one of the most unfortunate thing, probably something that we all need to work towards improving, all of these developments have been moving and being developed away from the rail infrastructure, which is going to make it very difficult to ensure that once we want to start gaining economies of scale from a rail perspective, it's going to be very difficult unless we start looking at new investment. If we look at new investment in terms of the hub developments, what do we do with some of the hubs that already involve or which are already at play here but are not linked to rail? Earlier on, Prof spoke about the issue of the rail market share. And it is correct, because often when people are talking about the rail market share, they speak about the rail market share not in context. They speak about the rail market share in isolation of realities. So what we've done is that we've said, let's have a look at the container corridor, or the former NATCO. But I guess the rest of the country still refer to it as a NATCO, but it is the container corridor from a Transnet and other people's perspective at the moment. So I'll use the word interchangeably. So now, from a rail perspective, rail has been hovering around about 20% of the rail-friendly volumes that are moving between the port and the hinterland being obviously within Gauteng and other adjacent provinces and over-border traffic. Sorry. Later. Okay. Sorry, something popped out here, so I just switch it off. We've actually seen that rail has been very stubborn in having a change in that market share. That has been mainly because the industry has developed, and the nature of the industry has been such that we no longer do mass evacuation as we used to do. We do this de-staffing and the cross-docking closer to the port, and we take it all the way up to wherever it needs to go, and we use taut liners. And rail has not been able to respond to that because rail has never developed any infrastructure that seeks to be able to convert some of this cargo and make it rail friendly for it to be able to move over long distances. Okay. So it's something that needs to be looked into as from a collaborative perspective. And rail has not also make it easier by the fact that there's a perception that rail cannot cope with the growth input. And it's been very discouraging. And a lot of people are actually discouraged from using rail because there's a perception that rail is actually not friendly and it's also unreliable. Can we go to the next slide, please? Can we do next slide? Thank you very much. Now, can we do just a quick, and which is exactly what Mike was doing, not this one, just the one before that, which is what Mike was doing. When we look at the road to rail comparison in terms of volumes and the quantum of volumes that you move, I mean, if you look at the graph on the left, what you have at the top is basically the number of truckloads that we will have to move compared to the line at the bottom, the number of trains. So the following assumptions have been made here. Based on the volumes that we have from the different ports, we assume that 65% of the cargo that is coming from the port is rail friendly. Okay, if that cargo was rail friendly, and then we assume that each road truck can take 2 TEUs. However, we made an assumption that a train will never be full all the time. So there's about 90% utilization of the filling rate of the train. You will end up with the figures that you have, where you need just over 3,400 truckloads to move between the port and the hinterland. You will need at least about 113 trains to substitute that. That's a huge difference when you think about the number of trucks that you will then have to introduce onto our road system compared to the number of trains that you would have had to move, at least in a longer distance. Because when it comes to rail, rail does not do door-to-door services. So somewhere along the line, you will still need to offload and use a road for your short haul, basically, when you do your first and the last mile. But for import and for export, at least you'll cut off 1 leg of that. So you can see that by simply start changing our mindset and investing in the correct infrastructure, we should be able to remove some of the road that we have on the road. Whether we move with the bimodal, whether at the end of the day, we should be able to reduce the number of trucks on the road if we focus mainly on rail. The next slide, please. So how do we begin to transfer the volumes from road to rail? And I think the prof also touched on this. The reality is that it is not lip service. It cannot just be a speech. It cannot be, you know, what do you call it? A slogan. Everybody has been talking about road to rail migration. And if you start interrogating what they mean, you soon find out that it is not exactly what is supposed to be happening. The reality is you cannot just move from road to rail. And I'm going to speak from the container perspective mainly, because that's a logical sphere where we believe that there's an opportunity to move a lot of cargo back onto to rail. If you want to move cargo to rail, you have to be willing to accept the fact that you need to develop intermodal facilities. Now, for the ease of communication and to make it easy for this discussion, I am not going to try to differentiate in terms of terminology, in terms of what an intermodal terminal is. We can have that discussion some other days. But in this instance, I'll be talking about the inland terminals, inland port, inland hubs, freight hubs, logistics park, et cetera, interchangeably to represent the dry port. So what is this dry port that everybody talks about? And I must also say that academically, a lot of people define a dry port differently from a commercial perspective, from an operations perspective. For the purpose of the discussion, it doesn't really matter. What is important is that it must have a direct connection to the seaport. It should have the capacity to move high volume at the go. Okay, so it should be able to do mass evacuation, basically. It is not a new concept. It's been used across the world. Europe has this, the US and quite a number of countries are using dry port for a number of reasons. And it also has to some greater extent to be closer to the seaport. And I can explain to you the details why it is important for mass evacuation to be closer to the seaport. Okay. And you should be able to offer a short haul in terms of the shuttle service between the dry port and also the seaport. In Europe, they use mainly barges because they've got great inland waterways. In South Africa, we've got a great railway system, which we need to get to start working for us. And the aim also of establishment of the dry port is to improve hinterland connectivity and hinterland logistics. That's it. We need to be able to move the cargo from the port, from the seaport into the inland. and with very minimum effort, low cost, high efficiency, and a great deal of predictability. So that is one of the most important things that we probably need to be able to do in order to be able to get our rail network to move and work properly. It is also designed to improve the throughput of the seaport. The throughput of the seaport, remember, if you do not move the cargo out of the seaport as quickly as it needs to move, it leads to what we now call a congestion. You wouldn't need to be creating decongestion forums and a whole lot of things. You just have to come with a system that works, because that system is there to do the decongestion of the port. What it also does, it removes actually a lot of activities which do not belong to the port and move it outside the port precinct. Things like your value-added services, because a lot of shippers want to do a lot of value-added services, and they can't do it within the port precinct. It's expensive land. They would rather use it for port-related activities and take other activities outside the port precinct. And next slide, please. Now, why do dry ports exist? And I think I've highlighted, dry port exists to extend the footprint of the port. That's one of the most important things, and also exists to reduce the environmental pressure from the port system. And you guys, if you're quite familiar with the port and with the South African ports, there's quite a number of ports which are facing serious environmental challenges and pressure. And they are being pushed. I mean, you'll know that there's discussion about PE having to become, I think it's a waterfront, and a whole lot of things that are happening. Somewhere along the line, you need to be able, because the activities that you are rendering at the port are not about to disappear. So the dry ports are there to then lessen the congestion that you find at the port area and also within the city, because congestion does not happen just within the port area. It also is sort of within the port area. It does then have a great deal of impact in terms of your road network within the city itself. So you extend the port activities into the hinterland, and I've touched on that. You then integrate the maritime and then inland freight depots. In order to be able to integrate the movement of the vessel directly into a terminal in City Deep, it has to be done through a system that works. You cannot make railway do what railways is not supposed to do, or it is not designed to do. It will just not work. I mean, there was a discussion about, I think from Sanjral, where they're talking about these just-in-time networks and everything, and I'll touch on those. They work and they do wonders, but you cannot get rail to start doing some of the just-in-time things that rail is expected to do today. Okay. Some of the things that assist in making a dry port relevant, and also making sure that the rail infrastructure works for what it's supposed to work for. You know, dry ports are used as the extension of the port to make sure that you can clear some of the cargo, not at the port, because in some countries, by the way, it takes very long to clear, to do your customs clearance. So you want to get the cargo out as quickly as possible, send it into a place which is not as congested, so that you can clear some of this cargo out there. And you also want to use the dry port to convert your maritime cargo into your domestic or regional cargo. I think the Prof touched on something very important and very dear to my heart, which is the domestic intermodalism. That's exactly what the dry ports are actually enable us to do, to convert the cargo from being a global or maritime cargo into a domestic cargo by using some of the domestic things that Mike was referring to. Because in order to be able to use some of the your curtain side rail runner vehicles, you have to be able to convert the cargo into a domestic cargo somehow. And this is where dry ports become very important. And they also improve in terms of the throughput of the cargo at the different places. You reduce the ship working times, that's what it's supposed to do, and then also reduces the truck cycle times. One of the things that often is not spoken about when it comes to the role of dry port and its ability to decongest the port is for the shippers to be able to optimize their inventory. If you are able to clear the port system as quickly as possible, you will not be carrying a lot of inventory cost. Because if you don't do that, you're not quite sure exactly if you're running an unpredictable rail network, if you're running an unpredictable port system, how much of the inventory you then need to carry. And then it also helps in terms of decongesting the whole port area and the city. Next slide, please. So how do these dry port operate? They just simply act as intermodal terminals, and they are centers of transshipment. So the cargo will come through straight from the vessel into the stack, but that stack does not necessarily need to be categorized in terms of whether it's rail or road and whatever. Some of this cargo, which is probably, let me use an example of a Cato for one. Cato Ridge is a dry port. You mass evacuate the cargo to Cato Ridge. Cato Ridge does the sorting of everything else that then needs to go to the different provinces. You don't have to do that within the expensive area of the port. Then the Cato Ridge guys will have to get very clever technologies to make sure that they are able to move the cargo as it's supposed to move. So it is a transshipment and a facility. It's not a facility that is used to just store cargo. Remember, one of the things that a seaport cannot do, a seaport is a transit port. A dry port enables the seaport to extend its gates so that you can also have a storage and a service offering. The bigger the land that you own, the diverse the activities that you can offer at the dry port, the better. So the more you can offer to them, to the customers. What the dry port also do, they conduct integrated planning with ports and also with satellite terminals. Using Cato again, or using any other dry port that may exist. Let me use Cato as an example for one. It should be able with Cato to then integrate the planning with CCDIP, the likes of CCDIP or all other inland ports, and also with the seaport, be it DCT or be it Pier 1. Because they can see the boxes that are coming out, they can also see the boxes that are coming from the port. Okay, so that's the coordination that is required. I've touched on the value-added services, which act, by the way, as an extension of the global production lines, especially when we talk about customization of a product. You need to have places which are within a port environment that are able to offer that, so that from there you can then have your local or international distribution. They also act as dispatch and termination points for long-haul train services. What do we mean by that? If you're going to be running a long-haul service, be it on the Cape Core, be it on the Subco, or be it on the container corridor, you want rail to focus on hauling a train for the long distance, having densified the line by putting as much cargo as possible without thinking what is chasing slot, what is not chasing, what is chasing stack and what is not chasing stack. So all you do, you put it on the train, you make sure that you have a maximum use of the train, then you send it through to the dry port. And the dry port will always end, instead of you sending it through to the seaport, the dry port then ends as a termination point for the long haul network, and also starts as a dispatch point for that long haul network. Next slide, please. Now, maybe let me just quickly touch on the inland terminals that we actually have. And most people would not know that. Actually, South Africa is more than 20, if I'm not mistaken, it's over 30 inland terminals. Obviously, majority of these inland terminals are dormant, they're not being used. And the reason is simply because they were established to facilitate the old legislation, which was the Road Traffic Act, where rail was able to move all cargo and it was everything to everybody. So you ended up with a lot of terminals or a lot of intermodal facilities throughout the whole country. And some of them do not make sense for the type of traffic and also the type of strategy that Transnet is pursuing, and also the type of cargo that needs to move now. Some of them will need to be repurposed, and I think the Prof touched on the fact that the reality is that some of them, we just need to forget about it. There are things that we need to rethink. There are things that we need to redo. Some of the redoing entails us having not to look back at what you used to do and decommissioning some of the facilities that we have. Okay. Now, if you look at the map on your side, all those dots indicate some form of a load center, some sort of a freight center, which is rail-based and it is rail-serviced. Now, as we were having a discussion earlier, Prof, during your presentation, you asked if we've got so many of them, why are we not able to get them to work? It's simply because cargo is not moving there. You've got a lot of mining activities that are taking place, and probably that's where we need to be looking in terms of how we need to be converting some of this cargo into rail, because what is happening at the moment, now I'm talking from the bulk cargo perspective, is that if you cannot get a slot from Transnet, you cannot get wagons from Transnet, bulk wagons, therefore you can't do it, then you must use road. Surely we should be able to start having something similar to what we have at the port, which is basically your inland bulk, your bulk freight systems, where you accumulate a lot of this cargo, then you put it on one train and you send it through. Miners are unable to do that as individuals. I think Mr. Kanamea touched on that. You know, you get a lot of miners which are trying to move their cargo, but you know themselves, I think the Prof touched on that. They cannot fill up the train on their own individually. For whatever reason, we seem to be obsessed with too much competition and there's no room for us to actually cooperate. And it does create a problem if we want to consolidate for rail, because we then become unable or unwilling to consolidate to make the cargo rail friendly. Rail will always be unfriendly and it will always be unreliable if it is not optimized in terms of the load that we're getting on rail and, you know, the distance that we need to get, and also the consolidation that we need to get from rail. So currently, there are about 6 terminals that are active and be seen as dry port, or in one form or another, it is inland port. That's namely City Deep, Cascon, Bredcon, Bayhead, Belcon, and there are a few others that are coming into being. I know that there's Catcon that is now running and is being converted with an intention of trying to make it as a consolidation facilities and also as a central node to coordinate the trains between Gauteng and also the port. And you also have got the challenge that we have with these terminals or intermodal terminals that we have at the moment is none of them offer anything beyond what the port offers. They are also transit terminals. Now you have a system where the port terminal is a transit terminal, and inland terminal also is a transit terminal. It is not a value-adding terminal. It just grabs the cargo off the rail. A truck must come and pick it up, and it goes. So that then introduces an additional factor when it comes to the price. You have to now cross-haul to another warehouse somewhere, and only then the value-added activities take place. So we need to review some of the inland terminals that we have within the system. The only advantage is that all of these are rail service, and they cater for different demands also. Next slide. Now, in conclusion, we must accept that dry ports are intermodal terminals and they are transition ports. So if they are intermodal terminals, it means they must therefore be linked to a working rail system, and there's investments that needs to take place in these intermodal terminals. Because whilst we're talking about third-party access, we're talking about all these lovely rail things, and the question that then gets asked is, Whilst I understand that you're going to be running your own train, where are these trains going? What is it that you're going to be doing differently that Transnet is not doing? If you're going to be duplicating what Transnet is doing when you get access to this slot, you are not about to change much of what is happening at the moment. I know that the thought and the feeling is exciting, but we also have to look at the reality of what are the current inhibitors. If we take the very same landscape and think our trains will run better, it's not going to happen. Because they will get stuck somewhere, because we are not investing in areas which are supposed to be actually adding value to the rail network, to the rail system. So rail is a network business. It requires interconnectivities and it requires different role players. No single player can make rail efficient or cost-effective or reliable. It's a team sport. You can't do it on your own, regardless of how wise you are. It's a network business. You need the end to work, you need the middle to work, you need the beginning to work. So dry ports are very important in the orchestration, working with different role players in the orchestration of the movement of this cargo, such that it is able to cater for the demand that may be required by road, that may be required also by rail. There's joint investments that are required, and joint investment are not talking about just the rail infrastructure, not even just the road vehicle. It has to be a balanced investment. That's why nobody can just make an investment on their own. You can't say, no, I'm going to take, I think Transnet is going to the realization that it is not possible for Transnet to keep investing in all these things on its own. It has to work with other players. Let's always remember that when we participate in the space, we are participating in a space where it's a global supply chain that is competing. Nothing illustrates the point more than the auto industry, where before they submit the bid, they have to make sure that the whole system works, the whole supply chain works, because they are bidding against other supply chains, be it German, be it the US, be it Brazil. That's what we need to do as South African. At the point in time, we must get to a point where we know we are competing, but we need to get to a space where we accept our strengths and weaknesses, and we get to a space of competition. Whilst rail and road compete, competition is what they need to strive for. Rail cannot compete with the strength of road, while road cannot compete with the strength of rail. They need to complement each other. So as we begin, the journey of the development of dry ports, or which are purpose-fit dry port, not just the dry port for the sake of a dry port. It is a dry port that is there to service specific niche. It's a dry port that is there that is to service or play a role within a global supply chain. We need to start talking about how do we cooperate, whilst we acknowledge the fact that we need to compete in other areas. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you to Tuka. Clearly a well-researched presentation and very informative. We really appreciate it. I'm quite sure that people are looking forward to engage with you also in the panel discussion just now. So ladies and gents, talking about that, we're going to do the panel for questions and answers now. And could we kindly ask that all our panelists would kindly switch on their cameras and unmute both of that, so that we can bring you into the panel. Thank you very much. All right, so let us bring all our panelists in. All right, Lo, you're going to join us. Can you kindly unmute and switch on your camera?
Yeah, Harry.
Thank you very much. And Prof. Jan. We bring in Prof. Jan as well. just make sure I've got everybody in now. So we've got everybody. Yeah, so ladies and gents, you're welcome now to ask questions to our panelists. The question can be to one member of the panel or the panel as a whole. How are you going to ask your question? You can use the reactions button at the bottom of your screen and raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself and then I will recognize you. After I've recognized you, you can then ask the question. So while we're waiting, then just scanning through the chat room, I see, thank you, panelists, you've already answered the questions in the chat room. So we can now give opportunity for you to ask questions. The people on YouTube, there's quite a number of people on YouTube. You're also welcome to text your question on the YouTube text platform. I will keep an eye on that one as well. So let's give them just a few moments then to get their mind sorted. And Marcella, you said you would like to engage in discussions. I don't know if you've got a specific question or something that you can stir into this conversation to get the discussion going, perhaps.
Yes, no, thank you, Harry. And our approach as an organization has always not to talk only, but to action. And in 2020, when the third party access was
Marcella, we're losing you there. Maybe you've got my permission now to switch off your camera, that we maybe can hear what you're saying. I think maybe there's a bandwidth problem.
then
It's not going to work. Let me phone Marcella. Can you hear me?
Into the practical implementation of third-party access. We looked at the legal and regulatory framework. We established the study. We look at the aspects. We also look at stakeholder engagement. Yes, I can.
Marcella, yeah, we're getting problems hearing what you're saying because there's a bandwidth problem, it seems. You can switch off your camera, then seem to be there. We lost her. Okay, she will come in soon. Prof. Jan, I heard early on today you guys were talking about we've got lots of plans, but now we should start implementing. And I think that is what Marcella also was alluding to. So what is our ability to implement? You know, what's the barrier? Why are we not implementing?
I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
There's a few barriers that I can mention. Let me start with the Department of Transport. Now, there's a few things that the Department of Transport will need to do. I think the positives for me is that we got a national rail policy passed, and there's parts of the rail policy that's good, that I think can work. So I'm very happy about that. If I look at the DOT, I see capacity problems. The rail policy talks to things like national or centralized rail planning, etc., which is a very good thing. I don't think there's a problem there, but there's massive capacity shortages. So the DOT will have to upskill very, very quickly in order to deal with these things. I think that's quite important. I mean, we're going to run into regulatory and coordinating issues. I think the private sector would be quite good in running trains. I'm looking forward to that. I think that over time, they will force Transnet's hand in providing reliable slots. And then I think Transnet's ability to provide reliable slots is not bad. I think that can be engineered, but it needs to be organized. And that organization is going to be a problem. I think the second one is financing. And the private sector will be able to finance their trains. I'm getting more and more comfortable about that. But we'll have to provide infrastructure at competitive rates. So it boils down to the slot price. It's a very, very simple one. It boils down to the slot price. And that slot price, I guess, might initially be too high. And you can bring it down in two ways. The one way in which you can bring it down is by Transnet being more efficient in providing the infrastructure. That's obvious. But the second one would be to split the infrastructure into two portions, high density and low density. And there's a struggle to get that done. We've been asking that before that since 1993. That still hasn't happened. And for government to subsidize the infrastructure to the same extent that it subsidized roads. So that's going to be a struggle, and that's going to be an obstacle. I think that's roughly the things that bothers me. DOT capacity and the cost of infrastructure. I think that the cost of a slot. This is very simple. There's one more thing. We will not be able to provide those slots competitively and not foot stewards if we can't solve the security problem. We cannot continue to allow our railways to be stolen blind. I mean, that is just, we can't do it. We'll have to solve that. And there is solutions. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Jan. Lots of wisdom there. Mike, I'm just thinking, we're talking about private sector. What will make the private sector, and what is the buy-in from the private sector to the bimodal solution? I mean, what's in it for them? Why should they look at the bimodal?
Harry, the private sector is embracing bimodal. The trucking companies are embracing bimodal. We have a speed bump in the road at the moment, and that is raising the finance to fund the prototyping and the test work that we have to go through to obtain certification and rail safety regulator permission to operate on South African and thereby SADC rail. But once that speed bump is overcome, the big six banks have all told me that they, subject to normal credit terms and conditions, they are very willing to fund both rail runner bogies that operate on rail and trailers that operate on road and rail. So the finance is there, subject to normal credit lending. The finance that isn't there at the moment is the funding for the manufacture of the prototypes and the testing. But we are very close to, we're talking to a number of parties, and they are, with open access arriving, they are more and more eager to fund that portion of the project as well. But we have no shortage of clients, and we have no shortage of truck owners and trailer owners wanting to convert their current road-only vehicles to bimodal vehicles. I trust that answers the question, Eric.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. Marcella is back in the session. Marcella, you said you would like to respond. Thank you.
Now, just saying, Harry, we do act, we don't leave government to have plans. We actually contribute towards making those plans into reality. And understand that, third-party access may be termed as a nice word. It's in dreamland and all that. But the reality is that as an organization, we're currently working with two companies from the forestry side with a pilot study. So if you ask us if there's a market, what we're gonna do with that cargo, we know what we're gonna do with that cargo because we are talking to the cargo owner, and that is not the only one. So we have few projects that are lined up. The companies that have taken interest in how we do business as area and how we implement what we are advocating for. So we work with a DOT Professor had mentioned that the capacity, it's easy to criticize government, but then as society, we should be asking ourselves, what is my role? If we say there's no capacity, what is your role in order to make sure that this South Africa works instead of pointing fingers? So for me, having the current leadership at DOT and having to fast track the rail policy, it must be commended, and we must congratulate them. And some people will say, well, you don't pay a fish to swim, but this is a different era. This is a new era, and government cannot work on its own without private sector. We'll be going to more partnerships with the likes of Gauteng province. The DOT itself will have a formal relationship, and as I've said, we're speaking to cargo owners. We know what we're gonna do with them. We are making a rail rolling stock available. In terms of financing, rail protocol itself already is opening up the possibility of private sector coming into the space to finance the rolling stock that will be required. But our struggle at the moment is those terms that actually lack certainty in order for an investor to ensure that their investment is safe in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. While you're talking, we've got Willem Becker. He's asking you, you mentioned that the open access policy is not based on the national rail policy. So what are the differences?
It's not the open access that I'm referring to. I'm referring to third-party access. One is the economic regulation. The national rail policy says the jurisdiction of the IREC, which is the intermediary, or rather the temporary rail regulator, includes that the jurisdiction includes the economic regulation on rates, the service quality levels, investigation of complaints. It also says that the whole network of which the national rail policy says every open line, whether classified as core, non-core, shall be subject to third-party access managed by the infrastructure manager. And goes further to say, national rail policy says access fees and terms of business must be published in the public domain. On the grandfather rights, it says infrastructure manager may not discriminate unfairly between the proposed rail operation and the pre-existing rail operation of the incumbent operator. So now we already know that Transnet is insisting on grandfather rights, of which is in the rail policy suggests otherwise. With regards to transparency, Transnet should start to publish a network statement that details access condition, capacity allocation, and service and charge. With regard to food stores, all the infrastructure managers are subject to terms imposed penalties applicable to agreed events that impose restriction on train operation, such as but not limited to non-provision or non-accepted of agreed trains path, failure of trains in section, failure of infrastructure in an agreed train path, and inability of trains to maintain a scheduled running times. So those are some of the few differences or misalignment between the national rail policy and Transnet's approach.
Thank you, Marcella. Prof. Jan, here's a question from Paul Sessions. He's saying, should DOT not be considering a rail slot price regulator like the port regulator to ensure rail slot prices balance the needs of fairness, competitiveness, and costing and infrastructure improvements and maintenance?
I think that's a good question, and it refers directly back to what Marcella just said, because I agree with her that we need to commend the DOT and the work that has been done. It's been a huge struggle to get to a rail policy, and I think now finally we are there, and that is commendable. I agree with that. I think my point about capacity refers to exactly that. we will have to find a way, obviously, to make sure that slot pricing is fair. So I'm not 100% sure how, but the regulator is probably the only direction that we're going to go. And that regulator, and it also goes back to the first part of my presentation, this is a very complicated area. So there's a huge amount of upskill. So I'm not pointing fingers to where we are now. I'm just stating a fact that capacity currently does not exist in the DOT. So a challenge would be to upscale that. Probably will need to be the DOT, but this is not something that you can do on the fly. This is a complicated process from all sides. It's about what the price should be. It's about what the term should be. It is about what portions as government need to contribute to that. How do we calculate that? It's a complicated process, and it probably needs to be with the DOT, or they need probably an independent regulator that we need to set up. Even setting up that regulator is going to require inputs from the DOT, and that capacity does not. The people who there are working on this are good people. So I know some of them, but it's just not enough of them. There's no pool of skills to run such a complicated event, and that needs to be found. Then we can do it. We can't do this on the fly. We will have to do it properly.
Thank you, Prof. Jan. I see David Clark. He's asking. He says good bimodal scheduling and execution systems will also be required to make efficient use of these systems. How do you see these being coordinated? Will slots be published automatically and transparently for integration with 3PL and fleet owner scheduling systems? Maybe it's one for Mike.
All right, let me have a go at it. There's a information session tomorrow, after which we will have a lot more information on how these slots are going to be allocated and what the transparency is going to be. Yes, I agree, it has to be transparent, and the fleet owners and cargo owners have to be able to see where their cargo is at any given point in time. So unfortunately, at this stage, we have no further information other than what we've already in the press. And after the briefing session tomorrow, we will have more information. Sorry, I can't enlighten you more. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Thank you for the comments, Hubert and Eden. It's nice conversations going on in the chat room. Hello, I would like to ask Lau Konnemeyer, in terms of, it's always important to realize, I remember a long time ago, Nazir Ali, he said when he was still CEO of Sunroll, he said, he's got a problem with his neighbor phoning him and saying, aren't you going to fix the pothole in front of our houses? And he had to explain, that's not Sunroll's jurisdiction. And I suppose that's a big problem we have. Sunroll's doing good work, but, what is being done about provincial and local government level, and are you guys as Sunroll inheriting roads from that side? What is the situation?
Yeah, I think Harry has indicated in my presentation, as Sunroll, we're only looking currently after 3.6% of the gazetted or proclaimed network in the country. So we only account for a small part, but the part we're looking after at the moment are really the economic arteries of the country. As I indicated, the minister now is pushing for that 22,000 to go up to about 35,000 through the transfer of some of the remaining parts of the strategic network. So just to explain to people there, although that network that has to fall under the jurisdiction of Sunroll has been published, in terms of our act, we cannot just go and grab it from the province. It has to be on the written request from the premier of that province. And the challenge we have is that we've had a number of provinces that over the years have not transferred a single kilometer to Sunroll, or very limited, the Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape. Now, the Western Cape are looking after their infrastructure, so it's not really a problem, but unfortunately not the same could be said of the other two. And you'll find that the one has the network that's the worst in the country, yet they sit with nearly 3,000 kilometers that needs to be transferred to Sunroll. So I think that's the one part. The other part is at the end of February, we had a road maintenance summit where everybody was brought together by the minister. And they now have issued an instruction that going forward, all authorities, their asset data they collect and everything must be uploaded into Sunroll's web-enabled asset management system for us to assist them with the prioritization. So obviously, we first need to verify the data they're uploading, and then we need to assist them with how to allocate the limited resources they have optimally. So Sunroll is very much going to become involved from a technical assistance with all authorities, provincial and municipal. And then obviously from a Sunroll side, because it's impossible for us to be expected to look after this whole network, we then continuously are drafting numerous Committee of Transport officials, national guidelines that we are trying to incorporate best good practice into these guidelines to empower the authorities out there to be able to ensure that they are able to meaningful look after the assets. I think what's very clear and apparent is that it is impossible to expect that each little municipality will have a professionally qualified individual looking after their infrastructure. And yeah, I'm not just talking about roads, I'm talking about water, sewage, stormwater, and all of those. That's a big challenge. So we are trying to see through the district model if we cannot aggregate a lot of these smaller municipalities and things together and then have a specialist appointed to look after the administration of all the infrastructure within those municipalities instead of expecting each and every municipality to employ an engineer, because that is not going to happen relatively easy. So we are looking at how we can consolidate and how from our side, using our systems, our mobile apps that we utilize to schedule and manage our maintenance, we are pushing all of that technology to better manage and assist where we can, both the provinces as well as the municipalities in that regard. But it's a lot of work based on specifically the status. I mean, it's a big challenge if you don't even know which roads are yours and you're an authority that's responsible to look after them, but you can't tell me which is your road network. And so there's all that work that we are busy doing at a technical level to try and assist from the Sunroll side.
Thank you so much, Jan. We're looking forward to Sunroll doing this integration work and collaboration. Obviously, you guys are doing great work, so thank you for that. Tutuka, just the last question from my side. I know the time is running up, but yeah, you're talking about moving freight efficiently and effectively from the port to the inland dry port, and I was thinking, like I said, the best way, obviously, is do it by rail. But you said it's not necessarily the purpose for rail. I just need to understand, effectively, we're going to be able to move freight from a marine port to the inland dry port. What modes of transport would be used? You already have congestion with the trucks. Will it really make a difference? How will it work? I'm sure there's an answer.
Sorry, now I muted myself. No, thanks for the question. I think let's look at it from this perspective. You want the vessel to call, and the vessel has got, limited time at the port. Now, let's just use the Durban port system, which has got 2 terminals and is sitting with, I think, about 7 rail lines or 5 rail lines. So you already have got a capacity constraint from that perspective. If you're going to spend time in sorting out the boxes that must first go on road and it must go to Gauteng, or it must go on rail and it must go to Gauteng. So what you need to be doing is to be grabbing the boxes of the vessel, put them on the ground or directly load them onto rail and evacuate them out of the system into a storage area, which will then do the sorting. So road cannot do mass evacuation, but rail can. So when it comes to mass evacuation, you will need to use rail. There is no other way of doing that. If you then want to do precise evacuation, very specific, that's where you use road. So that's the main differentiator between why you need to extend the gates of the port. If you're going to extend the gate of the port, the facility that you have as a dry port must have a direct link from a systems perspective and from a deliberate operation and commercial perspective. It has to be linked to the port. It has to be talking to the port. It has to be doing the work for the port and also jointly with the port. So from a mass evacuation perspective, I don't even count road. It has to be rail. And that's the only solution we have as a country because we don't have inland waterways. I hope that answers the question, Harry.
Thank you to the guy. I see Prof. Jan also has something to say. Thank you, Prof.
Very quickly, I put a link in the chat of the Alameda corridor, which is a 25 kilometer corridor. I think it's in Long Beach in Los Angeles. Literally an underground rail freight corridor that goes towards the dry port. It could be as simple as that. It doesn't have to be that fancy, but that's basically what you do. In fact, you become so efficient that you can offload or discharge containers directly from a ship to a rail shuttle and just move it out of the port. That increases your port capacity. So it'll have to be rail. There's no doubt about it. I agree with you to go 100% right.
Thank you, Prof. Jan. Appreciate it. Guys, we're running out of time. I see there's another interesting question. Let's quickly take this one. I don't know who's the person, Galaxy A30. He says, what about building roads next to the rail? And in other words, then have, freight running on those roads next to rail. Would that work, And that the question is directed to Prof. Jan and Lo.
I think from my side, I saw that policy question. I think whatever you do, the first thing that you need to do is create rail capacity that's affordable. Once the capacity is there, then the next step that you will need to do is you need to charge road completely the way it should be charged. I think if you do that, all the correct freight should move to rail, and we shouldn't need that issue. We shouldn't need roads next to rail. But first, we need to provide or get the rail capacity, and we have the network. There's enough of it. It is purely fixing what is broken. Then the capacity is there, and then the national roads that's next to the railway line will work efficiently.
Thank you, Prof. Jan. Yes, Tutuka.
And as the Prof was just speaking, I'm thinking of something probably which I believe is very critical. I know there's a great deal of excitement with the changes, and the rail reform and everybody wanting to participate in it. I think if you go to my last slide, there's an issue which rail does not work in isolation from other members of a system, because remember, a supply chain is a network and it is a system. What you tend to find, especially within the South African context, everybody wants to own their own piece. Let me give you a basic example. If we're going to have networks that work, we cannot be holding on to our private sidings. From an intermodal perspective, individual private sidings sitting next to each other make rail inefficient. You want to have one consolidating facility. If you want to evacuate out of that facility, that's where you use rail. Sorry, that's where you use road, because it is an intermodal facility. So, the price of owning a private siding, especially right next to a hub, has to be reviewed, because it then kills the benefits of the system for an individual. So we have to move away from an individualistic view when it comes to dealing with rail. We are not running road depots here. We are running a rail system, and rail need to operate as a system. Thanks.
Thank you, Tutuka. Lo, I don't know if you've got a comment about that one. operate next to railway lines?
Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously, in terms of the whole of today's discussion, Harry, it just doesn't make any economic sense. And I think, as indicated by Prof, you really need to improve the reliability and efficiency of the rail corridor. And then I think, as now also indicated by Tutuka, is that the important bit is the whole intermodal facilities. I mean, we can't expect things to jump onto rail if there's not efficient and generally available facilities to enable that. And I think if one look at the solution in terms of the rail runner, I mean, that substantially, if one look at and you scale it down, that substantially lowers the cost for these intermodal facilities, which implies you can have more of these facilities scattered across the network, enabling easier access in terms of that. And I think that is really, I think, the big drive that one really need to ensure is this working towards intermodalism in terms of being able to move things efficiently between the one mode and the other mode, because as we say, on the other end, you still need to be able to offload and distribute from the rail system, where you will be relying on the road system, because you can't expect to try and re-establish the old branch line network and expect all the warehouses to relocate or all the warehouses to build rail links to them. But I mean, if you're able to utilize that, I think that's really where the benefit lies. And I think the potential that hopefully most people can see in something like the rail runner to assist with accelerating that is really immense. In terms of the potential it holds now that there's hopefully open access in terms of the rail corridors. Thanks.
Thank you, Lo, much appreciated. Right, ladies and gents, it seems to be coming to the end of our session, sadly. But I would love to give our panelists some opportunity for closing remarks and what's still maybe on their hearts. And so can we maybe start with Ms. Sela and give her closing comments, and then we'll do Tutuka, then we'll do Mike Daniel, then Lau Kannemeyer, and then Jan Havenga. So can we start with Ms. Sela, please, closing remarks.
Our closing remarks are simple. We welcome the announcement to invite private sector to bid for slots on the national rail network. But we hope that currently the bid will align with the national rail policy, and that there is better engagement within private sector and public sector, and transparency being key. We don't want to find ourselves at another Zondo commission because we lacked transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sela, and all the best with the important work RIA is doing. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Tutuka, closing comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Harry, for this wonderful platform. I just want to say, for everybody, I think it's time for all of us to see ourselves as a South African community within the transport industry. In areas where we need to collaborate, we need to collaborate. Where we need to compete, let's compete, and let's compete cleanly, and let's compete openly. There is no need sometimes, to be unrealistic in our expectation. I'm saying to the guys that we'll be exploring and exploiting the opportunity that has been presented in terms of the open access, especially on the corridor, on the container corridor. We're saying we're doing quite a number of developments within the corridor from an intermodal and a tripod perspective. We're saying, don't just look at rail as a rail in isolation of the value chain and also of the supply chain. Let's have a discussion so that by the time you submit your bids, it's not talking to rail, but it talks to the supply chain, it talks to the value chain. Opportunities are there. The opportunities are all over the show if we collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tutuka. Thank you very much for all your knowledge sharing. We really appreciate that. Mike Daniel.
Thank you. Lo hit the nail on the head. Moving freight from road to rail and from rail to road has never been simpler or more cost effective. And I'm of the opinion that Rail Runner will be able to do for African logistics what cell phones did for African communications. And we can get the freight off the road onto rail, but the first and last mile will always be on road. We cannot get away from that. And that's why we need an intermodal system that can move our freight across the country at a lower cost than what we're doing at the moment. Thank you, Harry. I think this has been a wonderful agenda and very high quality of speakers. Thank you very much for allowing Rail Runner to participate.
Thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate it. I must mention Prof. Jackie Walters from UJ helped me quite a lot in compiling this agenda. Thank you, Mike. Lo, some closing comments.
Yeah, I mean, we've covered most of it, but I think the important part is that what we need to realize is whatever we need to do needs to be done in the interest of South African Incorporated. And I think as a country, we know that we are severely disadvantaged in terms of where our economic hub sits with regard to our major ports compared to other countries. And we shouldn't have hurdles of inefficiencies and things like that further hampering that ability of us to compete internationally, because that's what it's all about in the end. We need to have as efficient as possible economic or logistical transport system for the interests of the country. And I think what we've seen more and more, it is an intermodal system that you will need to move. It's not the one or the other. We will need to ensure we get that intermodal efficiency going, which currently, sadly, does not exist on the most of our network in terms of that. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you so much, Lo. Really appreciate all the hard work you're doing and sharing with us. Thank you, Lo. Prof. Jan.
Yes, Harry, if you allow me just in 2 minutes to say something that will sound terrible, but I think it's also very positive. We know what needs to be done. And that's the one thing I realized today. There's a huge alignment amongst everybody, including the DOT, including Transnet and the whole private sector. We need what needs to be done. So it sounds dramatic if I say it, but this is the last throw of the dice. We've taken us a long time. We've kicked this can down the road for 50 years now. That's how long it's been coming. We now need to get it done. If we can't get it done, I'll have to tell you right now, I'm old and I might not see it, but this will be one nail in the coffin of a failed state. One nail in the coffin of a failed state. If we can't get this done. So we have to get this done. So let's work together and get it done.
Such important words there, Prof. Jan. Ladies and gents, let's give our panel a big hand for the excellent job they've done today. And also to our host, Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies of the University of Johannesburg for hosting us, and all our brilliant gold sponsors and associates. We really appreciate all your support. And yeah, I see a lot of hands going up in appreciation. Thank you very much for that, guys. And take care. Have a beautiful day further. And we will see you soon again at the next Transport Forum event. Thank you very much. Take care. Thanks. Bye.